Morning, everybody.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Members of the public, if you are joining us, we will get started shortly as soon as we know everyone who is in the wait room has been admitted.
Unknown caller.
Good morning. It appears that largely everyone who is in the wait room has been admitted. So let's begin. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, March 2nd, 2020. It is just after 9:30 in the morning. This is the special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please take the roll call.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Inspector General, the City Attorney, and sitting in for Chief Moore, Assistant Chief Grimala. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and welcome to everyone who is joining us this morning. In terms of our business for today, we have a number of items on our agenda, including a number of presentations, and we will begin our agenda shortly. A reminder, public comment will be heard during item number 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker, an additional 1 minute can be provided for general public comment. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item listed on the agenda. If I could ask all members of the panel to mute your microphones, please, so that there's no interference with the broadcast. Thank you. And I'll begin this segment again. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak on any item on the agenda or on a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public who do choose to participate in public comment can do so in a number of ways. They are all listed on the agenda. You can submit written public comment in advance of the meeting to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you have logged into this Zoom meeting, you can raise your virtual hand. And if you have called into this Zoom meeting on the Zoom number listed on the agenda, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. Of course, there are opportunities to listen to this meeting, and you can call into any one of the numbers listed on the agenda if you wish to just listen to the meeting as well. The first matter on our agenda is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Grimala, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning, President Decker, Commissioners, Inspector General as well, and to members of the public. I'd like to begin this morning's report taking a look at COVID and the state of the department in that regard. And the stats I'll be providing you are as of March the 1st. So to date, 2,656 members of the department have tested COVID positive since the beginning of the pandemic. That's 2,159 sworn and 497 civilian employees. Currently, at home convalescing, we have 177 employees. One sworn member of the department continues to be hospitalized in critical condition. We are sending him our thoughts and continuous prayers as he continues this valiant battle with this virus. To date, sadly, we have lost 8 department employees to COVID. With regard to COVID-related protest activities, On February the 27th, at the Dodger Stadium vaccination site, there was a small protest of folks who were against masks and the vaccine, and a counter demonstrator group, each side numbering approximately 50. Commander Al Labrada worked with Los Angeles Fire Department at the location to ensure that the freedom of expression was respected. The First Amendment rights were respected. However, there were no interferences by either side of these demonstrations toward those who are waiting in line in their vehicles for the vaccination. So we had a virtually peaceful protest there on the 27th. I'd like to move on now to significant incidents between February 23rd and today, March 2nd. And I'd like to begin with 4 significant major collision investigations, which took place one consecutively after the other. Of the 4 incidents, 3 resulted in significant injuries to officers. All of these collisions are currently being investigated by the Major Collision Investigation Team, also known as MCIT. And these are professionals within the department who specialize in accident reconstruction and in-depth investigations, much as we see the team from Force Investigation Division do for officer-involved shootings. So I'd like to give you a brief synopsis on each of these 4 MCIT callouts. The first was on February the 25th, just after 9 p.m., and it was in the area of 13th Place and Adams Boulevard, where one of our motorcycle police officers was doing traffic control near the termination point of a pursuit. And a motorist struck and hit him. He fell off his motor and incurred injuries, which had him transported to a local hospital. I had the opportunity to visit him there. Thank goodness he was able to be discharged later that day and is still at home convalescing. But as I go through these 4 incidents, it just underscores the dangers, jeopardy, and peril our officers are in as they're working the street, especially in some of these traffic situations. The second MCIT incident was at Martin Luther King and Wall Street, and this occurred on February the 26th, just after 7:30 p.m. And this involves a Newton officer who was conducting traffic control at the scene of a traffic collision after a vehicle that was driving in a reckless manner was followed by other Newton Gang Enforcement Division officers. Unfortunately, a motorist who was unrelated to that following turned a corner and struck our officer who was on foot doing traffic control. Currently, he remains hospitalized in extremely critical condition. I met with his family yesterday at a local hospital. We ask everybody to keep him and his family in their prayers as the condition is extremely fragile at this point. I also want to note and thank Commissioner Briggs. Sir, thank you for being there in the hospital area. I know you were in Newton conducting ride-alongs with some of our staff there, but thank you for remaining at the hospital, interacting with the officers who were there and other concerned parties. We appreciate that very much. I'd like to now brief you on the 3rd MCIT that has occurred. And this was on February the 27th, just after 6 p.m. in the area of Sancola and Camarillo Streets. This is in a North Hollywood division. A sergeant came to the scene of a almost completed traffic stop by a training officer and his probationer. As they were discussing and reviewing that traffic stop, DUI driver came into a collision with a parked vehicle and the officers who were at the scene, throwing the sergeant and the probationary officer off their feet into an adjacent roadway. The sergeant remained in the hospital for a short period of time. The probationary officer had some bumps and bruises, and both are released from the hospital at this time and recuperating. But the sergeant did incur a head injury as a result of that. The final MSID I'd like to discuss with you occurred February 28th in the areas of Foothill Boulevard and Vallejo, as officers were investigating a possible narcotic situation in a local motel. The suspect, who was driving a vehicle into that motel parking lot, placed it in reverse and tried to flee the officers. There was a short pursuit, which ended with the suspect colliding with the chain link fence, and the suspect incurred some injuries which required hospitalization. The suspect involved was a parolee who was in possession of a handgun, narcotics, and a large quantity of US currency. So that concludes the significant MSIT related reports, again, 4 in total. I'd like to move on now to give the commission and the public a brief update on the Los Angeles Police Revolver and Athletic Club investigation that has been ongoing and continuing with the theft of firearms from that firearms store on the Academy grounds. The investigation continues. We're almost in the 1-year period. Speaking to Detective Bureau, we're hoping that final interviews and investigative needs are being concluded at this time. I just want to assure the commission and the public that the Justice System Integrity Division of the District Attorney's Office of Los Angeles County has been working with the department on the criminal aspects of this investigation, as well as Professional Standards Bureau doing the same, as well as an administrative investigation that is ongoing. It is the priority and one of the top priorities of the Chief of Police as he gets regular briefings on this. And I'm sure in the future, the Chief will return to provide additional updates on that investigation. Next, I'd like to briefly speak about the crimes against Asian Pacific Islanders that we have seen not only in local newscasts, but nationwide as well. I want to put some numbers in perspective, but what I really want to underscore with this specific point is we truly believe that with this and other hate crimes, underreporting is one of our biggest challenges here. So if this portion of my presentation can help bring greater awareness, not only with the reporting and the need to report hate crimes to the police department or local agencies, this applies to all categories of hate crimes, not only those affecting our Asian Pacific Islander community. But to give you some numbers as reference, and albeit they appear to be small, but the impact on lives has been great. In 2019, we saw 7 reported hate crimes against the API.
Chief, I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but we're going to be getting a detailed report on the first item on our regular agenda with respect to the written report provided by the department. I welcome your comments, but I think from an organizational perspective, perhaps having them at that time would be best.
Yes, President Decker. I just wanted to frame something that we are doing with regard to a safety summit for the Asian Pacific Islander community, but I will defer those comments. But just to ensure that the public has an awareness that the department has this as a priority, the safety of the API community. This week, we are having an API safety summit in conjunction with Coalition for a Better LA, the FBI and other community partners. So, Madam President, I will defer the rest of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I just want to be sure, because we have it on 3A on our agenda, we'll be highlighting many of those issues. And I do want to give full voice and significant time to that issue then. So thank you, Chief.
Yes, absolutely, Madam President. I'd like to move on now to crime statistics. And while violent crime still shows a very small decrease compared to 2020 of 0.2%, our Part 1 crime picture is holding at a decrease of 10.9%. But I think what we really need to focus on this morning is taking a look at shooting violence and homicides. So homicides year to date for 2021 are 64 versus 46 in 2020. That equates to approximately a 39% increase year to date. Shooting violence continues to plague our communities with citywide increases. No bureau is exempt from this increase that we're seeing. And victims shot year to date in the city of Los Angeles are 267 compared to 111 in 2020 year to date. And this is an increase in 156 victims, 156 lives and families' lives that have been altered by this senseless violence. In that regard, I also want to discuss gun recoveries year to date to place an added perspective on this. And in 2021, we have seen year to date 1,595 gun recoveries compared to year to date in 2020, 905. The most gun recoveries we have seen in South Bureau, which is 583 year to date. Looking at gang-related crimes specifically, homicides are up 59.1% year to date in gang-related homicides over 2020. Gang-related shots fired up 37.2% year to date over 2020. And gang-related victims shot up 78.6% year to date over 2020. A disturbing trend that I'd like to just briefly discuss is in the area of robberies. And when we're talking about the trend, it is victims being shot during the commission of a robbery. In 2020, year to date, we only had one instance of a victim being shot during the commission of a robbery. Already year to date in 2021, we have 18 such instances. And this is extremely concerning to the department and to the public. 14 of those 18 robberies where a victim was shot occurred outside, meaning on the street. And the remaining 4 are breakdown as follows. One was related to a marijuana business. One was related to a music studio, one to a gas station, and one other to a miscellaneous business. Only 2 out of the 18 are attributed to some type of gang-related activity, with the remainder of the 16 not being attributed to gang-related activity. But that is something I just wanted to share with the commission and with the public, the increased violence we're seeing in the commission of robberies. We're also seeing, as we did a query of the 4 bureaus, an uptick in street vendors who are being robbed, with the most largest number occurring in Rampart area, where last year we saw 2 year to date. Now we are seeing 4. But we truly believe that street vending, because it's sometimes seen as a underground economy with people where they may be hesitant to report these instances to law enforcement, are probably not reporting as we wish they would. When we talk about the 4 in Rampart, 2 are associated with street vending around MacArthur Park. And I've talked to Commander Labrada about an education campaign, bilingual, that the senior lead officers are doing within Central Bureau specifically to provide education and the building of trust with the street vendor community so that they will feel more open to report these robbery situations. We also had 4 street vendor related robberies year to date in South Bureau, all of them occurring in 77th Division. So total reported for this year are 9. I'd like to move on when we're talking about our crime statistics and other notable information regarding our data is officer involved shootings. Year to date, we are even with 2020 with a total of 4. One of those, sadly and unfortunately, being a fatality. With regard to traffic collisions, fatals are up year to date by 52%. That is 38 versus 25 in 2020. Our DUI traffic collisions are also up. No, excuse me, they're also even at 2. And serious traffic collisions, which we call A injuries, are up 40%, 7 versus 5 in 2020. We also keep a very keen eye on our bicyclist community to look at serious and fatal collisions involving a member of the cycling community. And both fatal and serious bicycle-related collisions are down a total of 26.3%. And we thank the cycling community for participating with the department and in their own sectors with education, not only for bicyclists, but for the motoring community as well. Concluding now with department personnel strength, we're currently at 9,786 sworn deployed and 379 reserves. Volunteers are numbering at approximately 2,100. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief, for that comprehensive report. I'm sure I'm speak for all commissioners when I say I hope all of the officers involved in those traffic incidents make a full and complete recovery. And thank you again, Commissioner Briggs, for going to the hospital that evening with respect to one of the incidents out of Newton. Questions from commissioners for the chief? Commissioner Bonner, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Chief Kamala. I had a question for you about maybe 3-4 weeks ago during one of the crime briefings. There was a brief discussion of, at that time, there was an uptick in the number of younger offenders that we were seeing. And the question just is whether, with some passage of time, are you continuing to see any increased numbers of younger offenders? My recollection is this at that time it was in connection with robberies, I believe. But if you could comment on any information you have about that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonner. We are not seeing in the past couple weeks that trend continuing, but what we are seeing are the victims of shootings to be younger. We've had 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and last night a 16-year-old in South Bureau as well. So we're seeing younger and younger victims of shooting violence, particularly in South Bureau, but also in Central Bureau. Central Bureau is still working on the murder of a 15-year-old in Hollenbeck area. And again, such an alarming trend that we are seeing. But with regard to actual offenders, we are not continuing to see that trend for any information I received recently at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did that conclude your questions for today?
One other quick one was with regard to the gun recoveries. What is in that area? Is there any sign that the guns are being found in the hands of younger people, or is it continue to just be a mix?
I believe, Commissioner Bonner, it's fair to say that there is still a mix. The trend that we are most concerned about with regard to the gun recoveries and an increase in ghost gun and polymer gun recoveries. And for members of the public who may not be particularly well versed in that, these are guns that are very difficult to trace. They are made almost like puzzle-like out of pieces that can be shipped and put together and assembled without serial numbers, which make tracing and trends with that firearm extremely difficult, if not impossible, for law enforcement to use for investigative purposes. And that's something that we are seeing in all 4 bureaus citywide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. On that topic, Chief Gramala, I'm sorry to ask, could you repeat the numbers on the gun recoveries? I got 2020, which I think you said was 905, but I missed 2021.
Yes, 2021, 1,595.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Welcome.
Significant increase, obviously.
Yes.
Other Commissioner questions, please. Commissioner Kalanche, please go ahead. And then Commissioner Briggs, excuse me.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief Gramala. How are you?
Good morning. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, thank you. I have a question regarding the street vendor robberies. You mentioned that there's going to be an education campaign in the Rampart, MacArthur Park area, but there's also been some robberies in the South LA Bureau or South Bureau. Is the campaign going to encompass both areas? Or so what's the plan for like the other parts of?
Yes, Commissioner. Today we have our Office of Operation Direct Reports meeting. So we're going to be talking, this is on the agenda to be discussed. We believe this is something where citywide the benefits could be absolutely huge. The Valley also, we believe there's a great deal of street vending in the Foothill and Mission areas, for example. And I think developing the relationship with the street vending community so that they are not in fear not only of gang populations, which may be taxing them, so to speak, that they're not also in fear of law enforcement and reporting it because of possibly a fear of immigration status or anything else in that regard.
And are you working with some of the advocacy groups that work with the street vendor community?
I don't have that information for you now. Commander Labrada would be best to answer that question, but I can get back to you on that. He has a very large community base within Central Bureau that he works with. He is also the immigration liaison for the department. So I don't want to overstate it, but I'm sure he is interacting with them, but I just don't have that information for you now.
I can connect them to 2 very important groups in the street vendor community, Inclusive Action for the City and Community Power Collective, that are working directly with the street vendor community. I think it's really important that they become part of this process because they're very engaged with that community and can get information out to them. I'm happy to connect Deputy Chief Labrada if he doesn't have those connections. I can do that. I think it'll be helpful, and to have continued communication with them.
We welcome that very much. Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche.
That's it, President Decker.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Briggs, please. And then Commissioner Sobroff.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Gramala. And thank you for bringing to the attention to the public the fact that we had several officers who were unfortunately injured this past week in doing something that most of us would consider somewhat simple, which is traffic control for the most part. But it just goes to show and highlight how officers, no matter how menial the task may be, are actually putting their lives on the line for the public. And I thank you for bringing that to the attention of the public today. You know, my prayers are with all the officers, and particularly the officer who remains in critical condition. And I'm sure that all of the officers have the wholehearted support of everyone here on the commission.
Thank you, sir, very much.
Absolutely. With respect to the gun recovery and specifically ghost guns, I understand that there was a major operation, I believe this past week, that helped to find in our own city, a manufacturer of ghost guns, which, I had, the information that I had had previously was that these were something that was coming from out of state. And I'm sure a lot of it is still coming from out of state. But it was surprising that we had someone in our own city manufacturing these. What additional steps are being taken to shut down these operations, assuming more of these operations exist in our city?
Thank you very much for that question, Commissioner Briggs. There's a twofold approach that all 4 bureaus are now engaged in. One is our partnership with ATF, and the other with the FBI. And Chief Moore has really helped to open up the relationship with the FBI so that gun-related bureau task forces are now going to be implemented in all 4 bureaus of the department, South, Central, Valley, and West. This is something that has been unprecedented. And we appreciate and thank our partners in the FBI who met with me and all 4 bureau chiefs last week to put some very comprehensive operation plans in effect that don't take us 2 years out before we're going to see results, as unfortunately many great task forces do when we have a casualty rate as we are seeing, when we have street violence as we are seeing, the amount of guns being recovered, the expeditious nature of this task force to bring us results that are done legally, constitutionally, but efficaciously is a primary reason that we want this partnership. So we hope to report in future commission meetings some of the great work done with our FBI partners. Matt Moon and his team have been outstanding in their connectivity, and also Monique Villegas and the ATF coinciding with some of those operations, focusing on those issues has been their top priority with us. So my hope is that some of these operations can launch and be successful before the summer months, where we usually see an increase in people outdoors, recreation, more people in contact with one another, and we often see a rise in criminal activity and crimes of violence.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Soboroff, please.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
To describe some of the increases in crime with any word other than spectacular is really difficult. There've got to be public witnesses to some of these crimes. How important is it to the department to get information from the public, and how are we making it safe for the public to communicate with us and easy? And you know, I'm sure we all know, but why don't people,
Thank you.
when they see a crime on a fellow human,
Yes.
knowing that they could be next, or their next of kin could be next, or their kid could be next, what keeps them from contacting us and helping us solve these crimes?
Commissioner Soboroff, I think in many circumstances, and we understand that there could be some fear that somehow some information may be traced back, that they would place themselves or their families in jeopardy. But we want to assure the members of the public that may be watching here today or sharing this information with friends and families. The department is also associated with Crime Stoppers, and many people have heard that term, Crime Stoppers. And anonymous tips come in all the time and can be made to Crime Stoppers if individuals feel an apprehension to call a local police station, although we welcome, embrace, and hope that we see an increase in tips and leads from the community. Without community support and the trust in us to take those leads, move forward with them, and protect the identity of those where we can who are providing this information. The department cannot succeed as it would like to see itself succeed.
Will you say that again? Will you just say that again? Will you emphasize that again?
Yes.
No, you're saying that without the public, we can't do it.
We cannot be a successful law enforcement agency without the trust, collaboration, and help on a daily basis of the public. It is impossible for us to do this job alone. Clearly, we have other partners, law enforcement agencies, nonprofits, even for-profits, private and public sector. But the community's eyes and ears reporting, we hear that saying, and it may sound trite, see something, say something. But more lives have been saved by people who have embraced that, what may be considered a slogan, and acted upon it than just about anything else that law enforcement can do alone. So I make an appeal here today, Mr. Sobroff, in conjunction with you and the commission, that members of the community, please, if you see something out there and you have a hesitancy to let law enforcement know, please take a second moment, a second thought to bring something to our attention, and please provide us that opportunity for us to do a better and exponentially more effective job for you, your neighbors, those visiting, living, and working in the City of Angels.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Sobroff.
Thank you, Chief, for that report, and members of the public who are looking for more details on the crime statistics. Of course, there is a link on today's agenda, but also the LAPD website provides significant detail by area. But thank you, Chief, for all of that information. And I suspect we will be talking even more about the importance of the public participating in the investigation of crimes as we move on to the regular agenda item and talk about hate crimes coming up. Well, that will conclude the Chief's report, and we'll move on to item 2 on the agenda, public comment. Madam Secretary, please open up the public comment portal, please.
Okay, our first speaker is caller ending 3146, followed by T.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Yes, I'd like to speak on Chief's report, public input, and the hate crime
Okay.
issue. Boy, how hard it is to get into here. The kinds of stunts I had to pull to be first is absolutely alarming. Is this place the United States of America? No, it's being run by Eileen. Now, one thing I haven't been able to say that happened a few meetings ago is about the police memorial. I couldn't call in. And I thought it really sucked that somebody spray painted the police memorial. Even if I'm a person that doesn't agree with many of the things that are going on with SB 230 and, killing people. A few meetings ago, rise in crime was stated by Sobroff. Do you know it's your 1% of people that aren't paying anybody what they're worth is the reason there's a lot of crime, Steve? Remember, oh yeah, can you Native Americans move your burial site so I can get rich? Okay, yeah.
Topic, sir. Get back on topic, please.
Oh, let me get back on topic, Garrett. So the chief, well, let's see. This is important. The chief said on January 12th that there was no categorical uses of force. Now, I said in 2020 on February 11th and the 4th, there were no categorical uses of force. I thought this was very important because that is the goal of the LAPD. It's having a hard time getting there, isn't it? And it's always blamed on the suspect. Well, the suspect was acting in such a way, and then so doggone it, I was just pushed past the line, and boom, I had to kill him. So it was nice to see the one officer last week, he shot Mr. Lopez once. That is the goal. And I like that goal. The LAPD likes that goal. I think Black Lives Matter likes that goal when nobody in the LAPD shot someone. So where is the head-to-toe body armor? Talk about all these hate crimes, you know, from with Rodney King to here. Now, some things have gotten very good, but I'm still very upset at people like Eileen Decker, Steve Soberoff. You've got real problem people up there, real jerks to the Constitution and to my life and to Abdullah's life, from what I'm hearing. She's still not able to speak very much, and I'd like to hear from her. We need to go till 5 p.m. speaking. You need to get done with your business and then come back and open the lines up until 5 p.m. every Tuesday. That's what you should be doing. Listening from 350 people. That's what you need to listen to, not just 12. You need to listen to like 450 people till 5 p.m. on Tuesday. Let's get this together so we can hear from the public, because we already know the police.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, we have T, followed by Bill.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, want to honor the fact we're on Indigenous land. Tungva, Kish, Tataviam, Chumash, Hachiman. Second of all, I want to honor the lives of all those stolen by law enforcement, or over 630 lives between LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department. Third of all, Chief, I'm not going to call her Chief. That's an insult to Indigenous people. Gormala's report, it's a starking contrast between white anti-vaxxers and Black Lives Matter protesters. White anti-vaxxers are referred to as peaceful protesters, while Black Lives Matter protesters are called rioters and looters and met with violence, abuse, and arrests. As far as the stolen guns, why does it take 1 year to figure out where all these stolen guns went from the LAPD department? And y'all can investigate yourselves. Commissioners, you're quick to perform selective sympathy for folks impacted by violence, such as community members participating in LAPD meeting presentations, but are silent to the pain of community members who have lost loved ones harmed and murdered by police. In this way, the board dictates which survivors of crime should be listened to and affirmed by city leadership, and whose experiences should be ignored. This is complicity of the LAPD's culture of abuse. If LAPD truly want to honor Robert Stewart's memory, they would do something tangible like making financial donations or restitution to the community in his name. Fire Chief Moore, equating BLM with the Proud Boys is false information given to LA Times regarding data stops. The horrible Valentine circulated the members of the LAPD who vacationed to storm the Capitol. 8 members of the department dead from COVID. Every week there's at least one, if not more, reason to fire Chief Moore. Who are the officers? Who are the officers who made distributed the Valentine? We want their names. We also demand the names of the officers who traveled to DC the first week of January at the insurrection. We want the names of those officers. At the February 23rd commission meeting, there was a presentation about LAPD youth programs, including the Cadet Jeopardy programs, both of which components of the LAPD's community outreach, community safety partnerships through the LAPD documented of sexual abuse and physical abuse of youth in the Explorer program, Cadets program, Juvenile Impact program, and mostly recently in 2019, Jeopardy program. Commissioner Briggs declared that February 23rd, there was no one better suited than LAPD to deliver youth.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bill, followed by caller ending 1502.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to speak on item 1 and 3B, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Basically on item 3B, the mental health unit, it's disturbing to see the number of calls that are out there and the lack of the city's plan on how to address that from the the desire of a non-armed or non-confrontational response unit. Many thousands of people obviously are experiencing issues, but it doesn't appear that the department has been provided the resources between the county resources and the city resources to adequately respond on a 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week basis. So unless something is done to staff up that unit for the needs that they have, it's going to continue to be increasingly difficult for the department to respond to anything other than the traditional response methodology currently in use. So I'd like to, again, address that and see what the department can do to work with the city to get that funded. Going back to the chief's report, it's also very disturbing to see that the number of shootings, homicides, guns, and all the rest of it. It would seem to be a stark indication that the efforts that the department has been forced to make to cut back on traffic stops, investigation, basically so many of the human interactions that were done are not being done, and that lets these things get out of hand. I don't know how much of it can be tied into zero bail and other issues, but again, I don't see where the police commission is coming up with a strategic plan to figure out those numbers. Every week we hear that they get worse. Every week everybody laments that they're getting worse, but there does not seem to be a plan to make them stop getting worse. So again, I'd say look back a year ago what we were doing that we're not doing now and start doing it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have caller ending 1502, followed by Matios Cadane. Caller 1502.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chief Gramala. I agree with Chief Gramala that the community is essential in involvement in solving crimes and bettering the community. I, unlike other callers on here, I actually participated in a town hall last week in one of these South Bureau divisions and learned that there were over 66,000 calls in 2020 for service. There were about 200 or so participants from the community, not protesters, but community involved, and they all requested increased police response, and not just for major crimes such as homicides and gangs. They also wanted police presence for quality of life issues such as car races, business disputes, homeless, stalking, you name it. In addition, what I've noticed, there were many senior lead officers in that town hall, many of which actually, I think 100% were people of color, some who have worked 20 or more years in the community, involved, interested in, all these people were thanking these senior lead officers for their involvement. And even the sergeant, person of color. And you know what I found? Out of all those participants, not one of them complained of racial inequity or racism by the police department. All they cared about was increase in patrols, decrease in crime. Nobody, even after the town hall ended, it was opened up, and still no complaints of racism. So commissioners, I urge you, do not ignore the pleas of the real residents of the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Cadane, and then we have MW.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd first like to address Chief Gramala's attempt at revising history regarding the Dodger Stadium anti-vaccine protests. Neither NBC nor the LA Times reported on a counter-protester group, so I don't know where that came from. And the entrance was actually shut down, lines built up because of the protests. So this notion that they didn't impede the administration of vaccines in any way is a lie. All right. Firstly, on February 16th, the Defund Surveillance campaign comprised of Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and the Free Radicals filed a public record lawsuit against the city of LA because for 8 months now, the LAPD has refused to provide public records accounting for the $3.1 billion budget. It should be noted that this is the third time the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition has sued the city for violations of the CPRA. It goes without saying that the people have a right to know how our resources are being spent, and the people demand a full picture of LAPD's budget and funding to better defund and divest from police and to invest in community services. I'd also like to bring up the tasteless and outright offensive march held by the LAPD across a bridge in Boyle Heights this past weekend. On Saturday, LAPD officers and misinformed community members marched across First Street Bridge with a banner that read, "Good Trouble." This march was meant to unironically mark the arrest of the late civil rights leader, John Lewis, by the police. How dare you use the words of John Lewis? How dare you bastardize the concept of good trouble? You are the very evil that good trouble is meant to combat. Before his passing, John Lewis was in the streets alongside BLM protesters, protesting you. And you have the audacity to use his words in the immediate wake of the LAPD sharing hateful George Floyd Valentine's Day cards? This has been nothing less than an onslaught on Black people and the figures we hold sacred. You also brought youth along to this protest and had them co-opt language like reimagine public safety. You force these kids to talk about how there are good cops out there while doing nothing about the police that harm our children. It's absolutely disgusting that you'll use these children as a mouthpiece for your department's propaganda, but won't address the brutalization of our children by school police on campuses. The department's feigned sudden concern for child safety runs contrary to the documented history of sexual and physical abuse of youth in the Explorer program, the Cadet program, Juvenile Impact program, and in the Jeopardy program. Knowing this history of abuse and hearing the countless tales of brutality toward our children at the hands of police, how can you in good conscience allow the continuation of these LAPD youth programs? By doing so, you would be perpetuating a culture of LAPD abuse. The people demand a defunding of LAPD youth programs. We also demand a divestment from CSP. Community members oppose the investment of $9 million in CSP. The people want that money invested in rent relief and resources that actually benefit people. Also, why have we not received any updates regarding the officers who traveled to the Capitol and joined an overt white supremacist effort to murder national leaders? We should know who these officers are if they are on the street. Stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MW followed by Clint Blakely.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I just want to amplify everything that the previous caller said. And just as far as the end of the year report on hate crimes, I'm just curious if the LAPD's hate crimes against BIPOC communities will be included in this report. The officers who beat and bludgeoned and fired upon innocent protesters and civilians. It looks like the hate crimes are up in almost every statistic, while the LAPD has the largest budget in history. So I'm just wondering how to rectify the two. In lieu of this, I saw how the MEU stats that were in the report, it looks like they overlap. I'm just curious as to why MEU is being called at the request of the officers and not the other way around. There are only 29 LACD MH clinicians on the SMART team, but over 10,000 officers on the LAPD. I'm only one person, and I responded to almost 500 community requests as a volunteer crisis counselor since April of 2020. And there was no need for EMS calls in any of those responses. So is the backwards protocol and ridiculously low numbers the reason why LA jails are at almost 3,000 past max capacity yet again? And why are you backtracking intellectual property and sworn overtime for the controller to increase appropriations and allocate funds for the past year's budgets? Is this how you move money around behind the city council without their approval? We know that Chief Moore lies about the numbers, so why do you all join him in this number scheme? And since Chief Gramala is here today, who authorized Tony McBride to become an armed officer before her legal age? And what about the abuse of LAPD intellectual property with Tony McBride's Killer Cop merch? Anyone here providing oversight for any of that? And I just have to add, in accordance to the interdepartment correspondence from Chief Moore, it looks like the first body to actually defund the sheriff's department is the LAPD. Is this typical for how LAPD gets county dollars too? They just move it from the county to the police? Do you investigate or track any of this at all? The LAPD had their horrific appropriation of the late John Lewis's Good Trouble March this past weekend. Is this how you all define good trouble? With Chief Moore moving around $250,000 behind the scenes, finding noon, all of a sudden sworn overtime. So the LAPD seized almost 112,000 grams of quote unquote narcotics in the fourth quarter, but all but 1,000 of the grams of it was marijuana. Really? 1,000 grams of something other than pot? That's less than 1/10 of a gram per officer. So relative to the department report for rewarding this officer, is this a file that's going to be permanently destroyed, as you have also approved the destruction of other unknown?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Clint Blakely, followed by Zach Sherwood.
Hello, I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'll start out by addressing the chief's report and the various commissioner responses to it. So why don't people report crimes to the LAPD? This is because LAPD is the biggest gang, the biggest public safety threat, the biggest public health threat, and the biggest plague in LA County, and it's proven itself time and time again. The LAPD does not protect and serve anyone but the capitalist ruling class. The masses, working class, regular ass folks will never voluntarily involve themselves with your see something, say something bullshit, because we see crime as clear as day every day from the LAPD. We see them squeezing any possible funds they can from wherever they can to provide more programs that are just going to put them more in contact with poor folks and will harm those communities further. We see cops not wearing masks and spreading COVID every day. We see it in the way that you give the public a 45-minute comment period and then stack it with cops and cop sympathizers every week who throw flowers at your feet and talk about how there's no racism in the LAPD, everyone wants more policing. Fuck that. We see it in the way Tony McBride reposts transphobic bullshit, and we still all know that you're not going to bring up her name or any police officers engaging in transphobic rhetoric or violence when you talk about transphobic violence later today. We see it in the way cops are calling for a 30% increase in the police force leading up to the 2028 Olympics, which is going to do nothing but further criminalize folks experiencing houselessness and drive up rent that will make it harder for the working class to fucking survive. Grimala said that the city cannot function as a law, or the police cannot function as a law enforcement agency without the public's cooperation. How the fuck do you expect anyone to cooperate with fucking Godzilla? With the biggest, most treacherous, most murderous gang in the damn country, with the belly of the beast? Fuck you. We will not cooperate. I yield my time. Fuck you all.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Phil Lamb.
Yes, I'll begin by speaking to item 1, then I'll have some remarks about item 2. I'll move to items 3A through I, and then I'll conclude with a discussion of item 4.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I guess I could have just said all items. So, in the past week, the LAPD admitted that it made 100 more traffic stops in South LA than it told the Times. And the city of LA is going to have to settle a federal abuse complaint at the LAPD Jeopardy camp. And there's the aforementioned Blue Ribbon Cultural Sensitivity March and the appropriation of the concept of good trouble. And Tony McBride sharing that transphobic Instagram post. You have commissioners, every one of you individually, whose faces I can't see right now. You have normalized the expectation that week after week, you just are not going to address the elephants in the room. And I don't want it to just sail by. We come in here and we hear about the keen eye the police are keeping on the bicyclist community. I don't know why I'm participating in a meeting in which that was said, but we just haven't heard anything, about the topics that are in the headlines week to week. You're the commissioners whose job it is nominally to oversee this police department. And the fact that I mean, I'm way past the point of expecting you to do something like meaningful that would really impress, people who are paying attention to these issues. But the fact that it's just not even like acknowledged that these things happened, I think it can lead to a sense of like almost surreality in the part of someone who's paying attention to just perceive the absolutely pathetic and dismaying and honestly nauseating, like just complete failure to show up on all of your parts. Where are your tough questions? Where is your oversight? When you do rule something out of policy and Chief Moore doesn't do anything about it, why don't you do anything? Why don't you explain what's happening? Or why don't you say, we know there have been a lot of issues in the headlines, like we can't comment. I mean, even if you come up with some unpersuasive reason that you can't comment on oversight matters when you're the oversight board, just the failure to even say anything, I think speaks volumes. And Steve Soboroff expressed bafflement about why people aren't calling the police to help solve crimes. And Chief Grimala said, LAPD cannot be a law enforcement agency without the trust, collaboration, and help on a daily basis of the public. Well, you don't have those things, Chief Grimala. I cannot speak for these cities' most heavily policed communities. I'm not a member of those communities, but I've certainly heard at these meetings again and again that the members of those communities don't want the police there. These disgusting racists who call in and say these loathsome things week after week, send the cops to their neighborhoods, they want it. But the communities most affected don't trust the LAPD and don't want to collaborate with or help them. They want the police defunded overwhelmingly. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Phil Lamb, followed by Mrs. H.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Would be 1 and 3A, primarily on the crimes, hate crime statistics, and also hate crimes against Asian Pacific American. I just want to make briefly 4 points. Number one, I think scapegoating is as old as this country, whether it's based on race, ethnicity, gender, and so forth. We've seen a lot against Irish, Jewish, Japanese American, Chinese Americans, Italian, Muslim, Blacks, and so forth and so forth. And you name it, we have it. These are all just pretexts or excuses for various reasons, which I don't want to go into. And I wanted to say that hate crime is quite different from other crimes in that hate crimes is infectious, and it's kind of like has a serial killer type copycat effect. And under this divided country we have, combined with extremism, it would be very dangerous, not just to some specific ethnic groups, but also to the society at large. If some may recall, the two legally sanction or pass law to exclude and discriminate based on race. The Chinese Exclusion Act, excluding any people of Chinese descent to immigrate into the country, and also a presidential executive order to round up all Americans of Japanese descent to internment, or in some cases, people would say concentration camp in the United States, where the blades and the guns are pointing inward. So I think if we don't put a nib at the bud, it will be a problem for the society, and it's not just a regular type of crime. So that's the impression I.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mrs. H, followed by Christian.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
The chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Currently, left-wing radical hate groups are trying to take over the political offices in our communities. These groups are emboldened by the vacuum created by defunding the police, less enforcement, and politicians who pander to them for their own political gain. These groups now feel free to start their own kangaroo courts to mete out their definition of justice on what they claim to be systemic racism. They declare themselves judge, jury, and executioner. While shrieking about social justice, they have shown they care nothing about real justice. Rising gang crime, shootings, and hate crimes in our neighborhoods show how their radical ideology is destroying our community, leaving people to be prey for the criminals that attack them. In fact, they seem to be pretty intent on hampering the police at every turn from taking real criminals off the street. Why would they do that? Because they care nothing about the victims or the victims' families or their communities, only their own ideology. There are way more of us who do not believe in this left-wing radicalism. We want criminals taken off the street. We want our victims and our families to have real justice, but it seems our politicians can't hear that over our money. They do backroom deals with developers while our communities deteriorate under increasing gang crime, property crime, and homelessness, all covered over by the shrieking distraction and hate of left-wing supremacist groups. How much goes unreported due to fear of reprisals? I know a lot in my neighborhood are. We are law-abiding citizens. We want criminals taken off our streets. We want our families and our communities to be safe. We want our police to protect and serve our communities. And we want our police to be safe while they do their job. Not to have them, not to have our police pander to this hateful ideology, which is destroying our communities and our nation. Stop listening to this left-wing lunacy and help us save our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Christian, followed by Hamid Khan.
I would like to speak on Chief's report, crime stats 3A, 3B, 3G, H, and I, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Our prayers are with the Newton officer who is currently hospitalized from being hit by a vehicle. It's great to hear that Commissioner Briggs went to the hospital and happened to be on a ride along. This demonstrates he takes his position seriously. Officers risk their lives every day, and we need to honor them. I hope all commissioners go on ride-alongs as well. And regarding the crime statistics, again, we're just deeply concerned. 39% increase in homicide and 143% increase in shootings. And our prayers are with the family of the 15-year-old in Hollenbeck. And 3A, hate crimes against Asian Pacific Islanders. All the more reason to have more police if people are being targeted by their race or ethnicity or religion even, and these crimes that are committed against them, such as robbery, assault, or even homicide, we need more police, not less. 3B, mental evaluation unit. Will these social workers who are unarmed need backup? Will it use more resources if both are sent to a call and stretching the budget even more thin at a time when police are being defunded and less officers are being hired and units are being cut? 3G, H, and I think it's impressive and helpful for the Los Angeles Police Foundation to donate equipment, and I think this should be approved. Defend, not defund LAPD. God bless and guide each of you commissioners, as well as the chief, to make the right decisions to make our city safe. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Hamid Khan, followed by Steve O'Reilly.
Hi, well, I don't know what the timer says, 1 minute, so can you hear me?
Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so as other speakers have also highlighted that on February 16th, the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition filed a public records lawsuit against the city of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Police Department for refusing to hand over documents related to the budgeting process of the Los Angeles Police Department. And this is probably one of the most pathetic reasons to file this lawsuit, because we're talking about a $3 billion plus institution that was so vividly exposed at the November budget hearing at the police commission meeting, where the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. When we asked about the base budget documents, the police commission was completely out to lunch, had no clue what we were talking about. You had the commander from the budgeting department of the LAPD who's talked about, well, we have piecemeal here, piecemeal there, piecemeal there. So no wonder, like, you know, we don't know exactly where the monies are going. We don't know exactly how the expenses are done. And this is, we're talking about an agency that takes over 50% of the unrestricted money, and where the rest of the city is cutting back, and in austerity measures for over $750 million loss, they're still getting more monies. So this is a continuing process, because in that lawsuit, we also highlighted a secret memo, a memo that was written by Elizabeth Rhodes from Constitutional Policing to Richard Tiefenk in November, where they specifically talk about, and this is about the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, and naming myself as and stating as a policy to single out requests from the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition for even more delays and obstruction. So this is clear to us that, you know, that this whole process of transparency, this whole bullshit that the LAPD and the commission keeps on talking about, that's why people don't trust the LAPD. That's why Soboroff, you, and I remember you yourself sitting there about 4 years ago when the See Something, Say Something reports came out, and we highlighted that over 31% of these individuals were identified as Black, and where majority, about 80% of these See Something, Say Something reports were coming from white communities. You started making a mockery of the community in the middle of a police commission meeting. So the hell with you and all this bullshit that you come up with, that why don't people trust you? I mean, since 1869, the LAPD is still trying to build trust, and that's why nobody's going to call, because absolutely you lie, you violate, you murder, and you constantly engage in all of these deceits and everything else going on. And by the way, on that subject, Mike Smith, where is the latest audit of the suspicious activity reporting program? When are we going to receive that audit? Because that you're supposed to bring an audit of this program, and what happened with the follow-up to the LMU surveys?
Okay, thank you. Next we have Steve O'Reilly, followed by Betty.
Top of the morning to you. Can you hear me?
Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
On the chief's report, Chief Kamala gave the most comprehensive and by far and away the best report I have ever heard here at the LAPD Police Commission. I have seen Chief Kamala interact with LAPD personnel and the public for many years. She is authentic, she is outstanding, and I hope that she would be the chief of police in the future. I hope the police commissioners are listening. Good morning, police commissioners. I want to thank Commissioner Briggs for visiting the officer and for going on a ride-along. I think it's very important that all the commissioners go on ride-alongs and go to roll calls and actually see what's going on, and not just hear from professional Marxist activists that are anti-police and have no interest in actually community safety or the public, and only use victims as some kind of ideological tool to further their agenda. On the hate crime issue, I did read the hate crime report, and I didn't see any hate crimes in the category where white people were victims. Now, I don't like that term white, and I really do in general refuse the categorizations that people are using: people of color, white, Black, Hispanic, Asian. We're all people. That should be fundamental. We're all children of God. So I think some of these categorizations are politically motivated, but I am curious about, was there no hate crime committed against a white person in the entire city of Los Angeles? I just find that hard to believe. All crime is of concern. Hate crime is a little bit too politicized. A victim is a victim. I tend to believe there's been an underreporting of certain crimes and overreporting of other crimes. Now, the public does have trust in the LAPD. There was a woman that mentioned she went to a town hall meeting. There were 66,000 calls for service. That tells you something. The LAPD is overworked. They don't have enough personnel. There aren't enough SMART teams. MEU support for the mentally ill challenge. Those are very dangerous situations. To send in social workers without guns would be irresponsible and immoral. The LAPD is well trained to deal with people with mental illness and are experts at verbalization and de-escalation. Mrs. H, I second everything that you said. I hope you're listening. And I think all the police commissioners should go down to downtown Los Angeles, 5th and Broadway, and stand there for 45 minutes. See what you see. You'll see a lot. And everyone needs to go to town hall meetings, be connected with your senior lead officers, and do the best you can for your communities, because you are the real community, not the activists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Betty, followed by Sylvia. Betty, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Betty. Sylvia, and then AJ Jackson.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, my concern is what's happening here is that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I've spoken to many people in the community and not one says that we need less police. And as far as the SMART team with the social workers going out for mental health calls, I think that's a great idea. But until this is just a experiment, and putting social workers in the way of danger without the backup of the police department could very well prove to be deadly. We've seen it before in other cities. We need to keep both in place until this can be better sorted out. So again, we can't lower our numbers of LAPD. So we need to keep our LAPD officers who are still working, and we need to continue hiring to continue the personnel in place. I'm very concerned about the murders that have been happening in Melrose area. What is going to be done to address the rise? Nothing really can be done except place more police on the street and in patrol. That is a deterrent. It's absolutely tried and true, and it's not an experiment. Boots on the ground and patrols is the biggest detriment to crime. Word is out on the street that LAPD has stood down, and when arrested will be released without bail and face minimal sentencing. Many instances have happened recently of release and reoffend. Let's not be like Minnesota, where good but misguided intentions have left the city without protection, and now they're in a rush to undo the defunding the police that has resulted in all of the public left vulnerable to horrific crimes. Please listen to the people, those without a political agenda, and the people on the street. Please talk to them, go for ride-alongs, go to the LA area where there is a demand for more police, not less. Also, I'm very concerned about the hate crimes against the Asian community and the LGBTQ community as well. Hate seems to be the motto right now. And again, please do not defund our police, defend our police.
Okay, thank you. Next we have AJ Jackson, followed by Betty.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so let me just first say that that last caller does not represent the people, and I have no idea who she could have talked to in the community, because I've never met anyone in LA say that they needed more or the same amount of police. Let's just address this now. Funding pigs doesn't address upstream causes for things labeled as crime, for one. Also, cops don't prevent crime. They kill, brutalize, control, and suppress. All right, so let me just get into my comment. Black Lives Matter, defund the police, reimagine public safety, and police associations. Maybe all that doesn't make sense, so let me just make it clear. Don't feed the pigs. They are just budget hawks. So, on February 16th, the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition filed a Public Records Act lawsuit against the city of LA after the LAPD has refused over 8 months to provide records of full accounting for its $3.1 billion budget. Don't even worry about that $3.1 billion they're trying to say to the people. Over 100 people have emailed the commission in November. Also, you guys have been learning that you're getting the largest budget in the history of America, yet want to complain about certain cuts. That's ridiculous. End all community safety partnerships. At a time of dire citywide revenue shortfalls and widespread calls to defund the police, this commission reported in December, a Loyola Marymount survey found that 2/3 of Angelenos actually support proposals for redirecting funding away from the LAPD, while asking that this largest budget be cut down. While trying to increase it, that is unacceptable for you as leaders. This is the third time Stop LAPD Spying has been forced to sue the city for a Public Records Act violation. Additionally, why hasn't Dr. Melina Abdullah ever been called on to speak, even though she's early and in the queue? We all know that Zoom isn't controlling the order. Also, stop this arbitrary limit to public comment. That's ridiculous and suppression of our First Amendment rights. Oh yeah, I'm an attorney. So whoever the hell's talking on here about law enforcement, that's not the law. That's ridiculous. They actually use the law to commit violence. So commissioners are quick to perform selective sympathy for folks impacted by violence, such as community members participating in LAPD meetings, but they're silent to the pain of actual community members and their loved ones who are murdered by police. In this way, the board just overwrites and erases the lives of individuals like Daniel Hernandez, Melly Corrado, and many others. This is complicity in LAPD's culture of abuse. Additionally, how does the LAPD conduct a march with my frat brother, John Lewis, his righteous slogan like absolute white supremacist clowns in Boyle Heights? But you don't want to mention that. You guys disgust me. This is horrid. If the LAPD truly wanted to honor Robert Stewart's memory, they would do something tangible, like making a financial.
Madam Secretary, our next speaker will be the last one, please.
Okay, we'll go back to Betty.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on all of them. I'm so happy we saved the best for last. So
Okay, 3
let's
minutes.
start off with this. I'm a graduate.
Oh.
Hi, I'm a graduate student for UCLA. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Perfect. Everything what these customers are calling in and saying is correct. From the basic redlining that you're using on Melina for the Black Lives Matters, I forgot her name. She's been trying to call in for years now, months now, and you've blatantly been redlining her. Zoom is not in control of that. You guys are in control of that, and that's very sad. Next thing I want to talk about is the definition of insanity is pretty much doing the same thing but expecting a different result. It's insane to me for where you're seeing that minorities have been impacted negatively on a crime state. You have Asian Americans being robbed and just ridiculed, right? You have street vendors being robbed daily. You have felons that have ghost guns daily. But yet, because of what the Black Panthers did, we will never get our Second Amendment rights back. Because of what the Black Panthers did, we will never get our Second Amendment rights in Los Angeles County. Right now, the population is 11 million plus, yet we have less than 0.1% of citizens with the right to conceal a gun to protect themselves, which is their Second Amendment right and their God-given right for self-protection. We know there's ghost guns out there. where any kid could go and print or traffic a gun, right? But yet we refuse to give law-abiding citizens the right to protect themselves unless they're donating to the sheriff, and that's still not being investigated. I don't understand why. Everything we've been researched at a higher level, it's being come to light, right? From the sheriffs with their banditos gangs, jump out boys, and the whole 9 yards. And yet we come back every single week and we talk about all the guns that are being found off the streets and all the murderers and robbers, but yet we won't go back down to the source. Since the Black Panthers exercised their Second Amendment right, California has banned open carry. And the sheriff, unless you're paying to their very campaign, you will not get the right to protect yourself, which is your Second Amendment right. And once again, your God-given right. That is sad on so many different levels. Stop the redlining, stop the hate, let people speak, let the truth come out to be. Everything works in mysterious ways. I am so happy that I'm the last caller today. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment period. We'll move on to our regular agenda. Members of the commission, we have a number of presentations. Before we turn to those, I'd like to ask you if we could vote on items for which there would be no questions. And since I don't know whether you have questions or not, if there are questions, I'll hold those items. If not, we'll proceed to vote on them so that staff members can return to their duties and not wait through all the presentations. So with items A and B, there'll be presentations. So let me just ask C through I. If there are questions on C through I, please let me know or I'll call them up in order and we will vote on those items. C through I. If there are questions, just let me know and I'll hold that item.
Do you want to know now or do you want to know as you go through?
I'd like to know right now, please, sir.
Well, my question is going to be relative to E.
Very good, E. And I saw Commissioner Briggs.
Yes, I'll have a question with regard to G.
Very good. Other items, commissioners, anything? No? All right, then let's do the items for which we have no questions and we can proceed to a vote. I'll call item C first regarding the department's report, and the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I'll move that item forward. Is there a second? It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Item D, relative to the department report related to a budget modification for the 2019 Intellectual Property Enforcement Program. The recommended board action is to approve the report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I'll move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0 as well. Item F, the department's report relevant to the supplemental police account for the fourth quarter. The recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the city council. I'll move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? 5-0, that passes. Item H, the department's report relative to the approval of a non-monetary donation. The recommended board action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 0. It passes 5-0. And item I, the department's report dated February 24th, relevant to the approval of 2 monetary donations. The recommended board action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0 as well. We'll come back to E and G. Let me go back to the regular agenda. Thank you very much, commissioners, so that we can allow those staff members to return to their duties. And let's call up the presenters for the 2020 year-end hate crime analysis, item 3A on the agenda. I understand Chief Pitcher will be joining us. Chief Grimala, I recognize I interrupted your presentation, so I'm going to begin with you. First, Chief Grimala, then turn to Chief Pitcher for his presentation. And I know we have some community members that will be joining us as well. And I'd ask members of the department to stay while we bring up the community members as well. But Chief Grimala, why don't we hear from you first, ma'am?
Thank you very much, President Decker. I just wanted to highlight, since we have heard such media attention recently with regard to crimes against Asian Pacific Islanders, and those communities are vast within the city of Los Angeles. And just highlighting the three numbers that I wanted to, in preface for something the department is moving forward with, is 2019 seeing 7 reported hate crimes against API community members. In 2020, 15, and year to date for 2021, seeing 3. And we know, just hearing the undercurrent of anxiety within our communities, the Thai community, the Korean community, Vietnamese, Japanese, Chinese, etc. We know that there are probably additional instances of hate crimes or hate incidents that are being committed. So the department will be having a safety summit for the API community tomorrow, and we can share that information as well with many community partners. But we hope that this presentation by Chief Pitcher will also highlight the need for people to come forward out of the shadows, so to speak, so that we can make sure that we are recording hate incidents and hate crimes appropriately, commensurate with what is actually occurring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. We'll want to hear more about that safety summit for sure. But Chief Pitcher, I see you're in a conference room. Would you introduce your colleague, and please, sir, when you're ready, please begin your presentation.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. I am Deputy Chief Chris Pitcher, the Chief of Detectives, and with me today is Detective Orlando Martinez. He is the Assistant Hate Crimes Coordinator housed out of Robbery Homicide Division, and he prepares the hate crimes report that is before you. So delving into the hate crimes for the city of Los Angeles in 2020, there were 359 hate crimes in 2020 versus 337 in 2019, for a 6.5% overall increase. In terms of the hate incidents, there were 199 documented hate incidents recorded in 2020 versus 172 overall in 2019.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sokoloff, could you go on mute, sir? There we go. Sorry about that, Chief. Please proceed.
There were 199 total hate incidents recorded in 2020 versus 172 in 2019, for a 15.7% total increase. One of the biggest trends that was revealed in terms of hate crimes during 2020 was the category involving race and ethnicity. And of the 359 total hate crimes, once again, the race and ethnicity category was responsible for 185 of those crimes, or 18.6 overall increase from 2019. Looking deeper into that category, what it showed us was crimes against the Asian community was up last year in 2020 for a total of 15 from 7 that were documented in 2019. Crimes against the Black community were up last year also. They had 77, up from 73 in 2019. Crimes against the Hispanic community were up 57 in 2020, up from 42 in 2019. And crimes against the white community totaled 19 in 2020, up from 12 in 2019. Additionally, hate crimes against the Jewish community have decreased 52+% in 2020. They tallied 48 last year versus 80 in 2019. Looking ahead right now in 2021, we have the totals through mid-February. We had 20 total hate crimes reported in January through mid-February. 15 of those are following the trend of the motivated by race, ethnicity, or ancestry. 8 of those involved the Black community. 3 of those were focused against the Asian community. And we had 5 anti-religion hate crimes, 2 involving the Jewish community and 1 against the Buddhist community. Did you want me to drill in any further, or do you have any specific questions?
We'll get to questions, Chief Pitcher. Thank you for presenting all of those numbers and the written report that was presented to us. Members of the commission, I thought we'd hear from the community members who have come forward today to present. And Mr. Tiefenk, is there a particular order that we should present in?
No, Commissioner, that would be just however you wish to proceed.
Okay.
All 3 of the invitees are logged on and prepared to go.
Well, very good. And first, may I say thank you to each of the community members, your organizations, for coming forward today. We greatly appreciate you being here and for sharing your perspectives. Since there was no pre-designated order, for lack of a more sophisticated means, I'll call you in the order you appear on the screen. And may I ask Ms. Kulkani, if you wouldn't mind speaking. Thank you for joining us today. And I'd ask each of you to introduce yourselves, the organization you represent, and then begin your presentation. And again, our sincere thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And thank you to the Police Commission for giving me an opportunity to share our work and our data with you. I would like to share my screen if possible as I prepared some slides with our data. I noticed that it's currently disabled.
Let me see if the Secretary of the Commission can assist you. One moment, please. Just give us one moment.
Sure. And I can just give you a little bit of background about myself. I am Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council. We are a coalition of over 40 community-based organizations that serve and represent the 1.5 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Los Angeles County. Prior to my being executive director of APCON, many years ago, my first job out of college was actually at the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's when I began my career in civil rights, continued to pursue it here in Los Angeles at MALDEF, the ACLU, and then as an attorney working at a private law firm on civil rights. I'm hoping that the screen, it's still disabled. So I'll just go ahead and start as I wait for an opportunity to share our data. So APCON is a part of a coalition called Stop AAPI Hate. We were started in March of 2020. As an effort to collect data on what was the emerging issue of hate and discrimination against Asian American Pacific Islander communities. And in terms of what we saw, there was the first incident actually here in Los Angeles took place before there was even a single confirmed case of COVID-19 in Los Angeles County. And so we saw that the spread of racism actually preceded the spread of the virus itself. Thank you for giving me the opportunity now to share. So you can see here can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I will just share with you a couple of the incidents here that we've received over the course of the last year. They range from refusal of service to verbal harassment of elderly parents to essential workers. And then at the bottom, we get into a few incidents involving physical attacks as well as racist rhetoric, even weaponizing the former president himself. So these are just emblematic of the over 2,800 incident reports that we've received at Stop AAPI Hate. As I mentioned, we're a collaborative of APCON with Chinese for Affirmative Action and San Francisco State University. When we created the form, we made it available in a dozen Asian languages. And so within just a few weeks, we received over several hundred incident reports from across 50 states and the District of Columbia. What I want to point out here is that the vast majority are hate incidents and not hate crimes. And I think that's important in terms of what the Police Commission is reviewing and how it really sort of sizes up with what you've received in terms of hate crime reports from Asian American community members. A significant number have taken place here in California as well as New York State. And we know that vulnerable populations, including women and seniors, have been specifically targeted. Just want to quickly share with you some graphs that show US and California data. Again, a significant majority involve verbal harassment and therefore not by itself a crime, followed by shunning or avoidance. Physical assaults make up just under 10%, as do civil rights violations. Those are workplace discrimination, refusal of service, vandalism, and being barred from transportation. When we look at where the sites of the discrimination are, we see that close to 40% are at private businesses. Obviously, this is a concern for us, and we are looking in terms of solutions at, actions that can be taken both proactively in working with businesses and also, of course, reactive in obtaining redress for community members. Additionally, public streets, public parks, and public transit make up a combined 30% or so of locations. We know right now schools are really a small in terms of the number of incidents that they receive because, of course, in California, many of our schools are still closed. We are concerned about what that means moving forward once they open up. And then finally, in terms of the targeted communities, given the rhetoric by the former president, it's no surprise that Chinese Americans have been targeted. But of course, other parts of our community as well have experienced hate. Korean American, Filipino, Vietnamese, Japanese, and Asian American are those folks who are biracial, multiracial, or identify more broadly as Asian. When we look at Los Angeles city specific data, we have received over 114, we received 114 incident reports and 250 in Los Angeles County. This is through December 31st of last year. Again, most are hate incidents. And when we look at the trends and patterns, they mimic what we see in the state of California as well as nationally. So in terms of our approach, it's four-pronged. We have the reporting center, but we also seek to provide resources to community members through our website and through efforts with Department of Fair Employment and Housing. We have done 2 webinars with them and are also working very closely with the LA versus Hate project, including the LA County Human Relations Commission, several community-based organizational partners, and providing direct assistance and also advocacy at local, state, and national levels. We've had an opportunity to share our information with the Biden administration, and we were heartened by the memorandum and executive order that was issued within the first week. I just want to end with sharing some of our specific work, which is to provide legal assistance in helping individuals with Department of Fair Employment and Housing claims. This is a work in progress as we're helping those who shared their incident reports with us. We're facilitating anti-bias trainings, conducting community mediation, advocating obviously for policy change, and leading public safety initiatives locally in the state of California, and also working with partners across the country. I do want to mention two things here. The state auditor's report from 2018 found that LAPD specifically failed to identify in 20% of the cases incidents that should have been labeled as hate crimes. So that's significant. The audit looked at 4 different police departments, including Orange County, Los Angeles, San Francisco State University, and I believe San Francisco as well. Additionally, 14% of the time, LAPD and other police agencies did not report hate crimes to Department of Justice here in California. And there was only criminal conviction in 40 to 50% of the cases, which is much lower than rates of conviction for other crimes, which is close to 85%. The last thing I want to mention is, again, the LA versus Hate initiative, which is through the 211 process. So as most incidents, even through 211 and that project, are hate incidents, we are pleased to be part of that initiative to provide direct case management to those individuals, helping provide support to individuals, families, and communities, and also working with them on civic engagement, enabling them to testify before their city councils, and develop leadership skills so they can continue to work and advocate on these issues moving forward. So that's my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at the end. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that presentation. And I appreciate you staying for the question period. So thank you very much. Connie Chung-Cho, you're next, at least on my screen. Thank you also for being here and for presenting to the commission today.
Thank you so much for having me, commissioners. I am the CEO of Asian Americans Advancing Justice Los Angeles. We are one of the nation's largest legal services and civil rights organization for the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. A little bit about me. I did start my career as a civil rights attorney. I practiced for 7 years at the ACLU in Chicago and the Housing Rights Center in Los Angeles, but then spent the next 11 years at a culturally specific social service organization called Korean American Family Services, where we provided mental health, domestic violence, and foster care services predominantly to the Korean community. And then I started at Advancing Justice LA as the CEO 6 months ago. Advancing Justice LA was founded in 1983 by Stuart Quo in the wake of the Vincent Chin's murder. Vincent Chin was an Asian American man killed by 2 white auto workers in Detroit who blamed the Japanese automotive industry for losing their jobs. So addressing hate incidents is really what led to the inception of our organization. As Manju so excellently presented on, there have been over 3,000 reported incidents of hate when you include both her database as well as the hate tracker that Asian Americans Advancing Justice runs. And we should know that the more than half of these have been in California, with the Bay Area and LA being some of the highest concentration of these activities. LA County does have 16% Asian Pacific Islanders, so we have a very large Asian American community here. Unfortunately, we're a year into this pandemic and we are starting to see again a rise in anti-Asian hate and some very violent attacks that have happened in our community in the last month or two, including an elderly man who was killed in the Bay Area, and just a week or two ago, a veteran who was attacked here in Koreatown. Asian Americans Advancing Justice LA has launched an anti-Asian discrimination project to support community members who are being victimized. In addition to the hate tracker that I mentioned, we have a multilingual helpline where we serve people in English and 5 Asian languages. We have a full-time victims advocate whose job is to hold the hands of victims and their families in accessing resources and support. And we have lawyers to provide legal services and representation. For allies, we are also having bystander intervention trainings currently being offered by some of our affiliates that we also look to bring to LA. So I'd like to call on 3 specific asks by the LAPD as we see this increase in hate against the Asian community. First, we ask the LAPD to increase training to its officers on how to recognize and respond to incidents of hate. Manju already cited to the state audit report that found that LAPD had not always adequately identified, reported, or responded to hate crimes. And so I would call on all officers to receive training continuously on how to identify when a crime rises to the level of a hate crime and report it accordingly so that the public gets a full report on the severity of the problem. Second, I would call on LAPD officers to do a better job in tracking reports of hate incidents, even if they do not rise to the level of a hate crime. I spoke to an Asian American woman recently who had been verbally harassed and threatened for 2 minutes at a restaurant after rebuffing a man's flirtations. When the police arrived, they informed her that this type of activity was happening frequently, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't take a report and they offered no resources at that time outside of offering to walk her to her car in the parking lot. She then went and released a video on Instagram of that incident, which went viral. And since then, 4 more women have come forward to share that they too had been victimized by this same man. So even in situations where no one is arrested, LAPD should still be recording these hate incidents that are reported to them and capturing in their reports when these are being racially motivated. Third, when anyone reports a hate crime or incident, whether big or small, I would call on the LAPD to provide victims with referrals to 211 or culturally specific community-based organizations that can provide support services such as legal advice or counseling. I spoke recently to another limited English-speaking Korean senior who had been verbally harassed and had rocks thrown at her in Koreatown early on in the pandemic. At the time, she had gone to her local police station who said they could not take a report and they provided no other follow-up. When I spoke to her, which was almost a year later since that incident, she was still clearly traumatized and she broke down as she was speaking and she requested counseling support, which we did refer her to that was culturally specific. When victims are brave enough to come forward and share their experiences with the police, having the police say that nothing can be done discourages victims and their communities from relying on the police again. Particularly for immigrant victims who face language and cultural barriers, ensuring they are linked to appropriate culturally specific support is critical. And I think this contributes to the underreporting problem of the anti-Asian hate that Chief Grimala mentioned early on in this presentation. I'd like to finish by saying I joined Advancing Justice LA last August in the middle of this pandemic because of 2 reasons. First was the rise in anti-Asian hate, and second was the rise in the Black Lives Matter movement and the public reckoning around systemic racism and anti-Blackness in our society that I had never seen before in my lifetime. These 2 events compelled me to want to return to my legal roots to work in social justice and civil rights. So I want to be clear that Advancing Justice LA supports the Black Lives Matter movement. We are not advocating for more criminalization, which we know disproportionately impacts certain communities. However, we are calling for the police to be more accurate in its data gathering and to show more support to Asian victims who come forward when they have experienced hate. Organizations like Advancing Justice LA and AppCon and so many others are here to help victims in their communities. And we would like to encourage the LAPD to work closer with us to ensure that those linkages and support are provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and to both presenters so far for the detailed information as well as the recommendations. We very much appreciate it. Mr. Lawson, thank you also for joining us today, sir. We look forward to your presentation, and it's very nice to see you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. For those of you who don't know, I'm Michael Lawson, president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League, and I'd like to speak on hate crimes and incidents against the Asian Pacific Islanders communities. On this day, we mourn the loss of one of our greatest civil rights icons, Vernon Jordan. And I'm dismayed of that on this morning, we are lamenting the continued horror of race-based hate crimes in our city and nation. Vernon Jordan was appointed as the 9th president of the National Urban League in 1971, a position he held for 10 years. He was in his 30s when he took over that position. And that was 50 years ago. And we're still fighting these same fights. If you research his record and his speeches, you will find that many of the issues that he addressed are similar, if not identical, to what we're dealing with today in this meeting. In many of his speeches, he would talk about how Black men were routinely called boy, regardless of their age, stature, or role in life. One of the things he truly understood was that these acts of racism were not limited to African Americans. And that is why I'm here. We cannot sit idly by and remain silent when our Asian brothers and sisters are being treated in this manner. This has to stop. So I know that many of you agree with this conclusion, but we're here to shine a light on what we believe is a culture within LAPD and other law enforcement organizations that condone, and by condoning, actually encourage this type of behavior. In order to change this dynamic, LAPD must change the way in which it interacts with the community that it serves. The actions taken by LAPD and other law enforcement agencies must be direct and unequivocal, and not just against the perpetrators, but also against those officers who condone this criminal behavior. The Los Angeles Urban League stands with the Asian Pacific Islander communities in not only denouncing this behavior, but demanding that LAPD take affirmative steps, if you will, to eliminate this behavior within its ranks, as well evidenced by the circulation of the George Floyd flyers that were circulated within the department. In order to do so, the Police Protection League must also be held accountable for the actions of its members. The question then becomes, what can be done? In order to answer this question, we must look toward the leadership of the organization. In any organization, people that work there respond to the things that have the attention of the leadership. The issues that we're talking about are not unique in our community or our police departments, in other organizations. As a practicing lawyer, I had the opportunity to counsel clients who had employment issues. One tactic that I found very useful was simply making it clear to senior leadership as well as rank and file employees that not only was a certain behavior unacceptable, but that there would be frequent reviews to ferret out this behavior as well. I've seen this work. I've employed it in appropriate circumstances, and I suggested that the commission consider this as one of the tools you have at your disposal. It makes it clear to the officers that this is something about which you care. Don't wait for someone to bring this to your attention. You should actively look for this and let the rank and file know this, that you are watching for this activity. This also tells citizens that you have been asked to serve, ask the citizens you've been asked to serve that you care. In honor of Vernon Jordan, I implore you to take action and make it clear to the officers and the citizens that you serve that this behavior is unacceptable and must stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson, for those compelling words. Again, thank you to all the presenters. We know you have so many demands on your time, particularly right now, and coming forward today and sharing your eloquence, your knowledge, your experience is critically important to all of us. And let me say on behalf of the commission, we do not stand for or tolerate any acts of violence, any behavior that seeks to promote or give a so-called safe haven to those who promote hate is simply not tolerated, will not be tolerated in this department. And I know I speak, I'm sure I speak for the chief of police on that, but Chief Gramala, do you want to comment so that it's very clear on the sworn side, ma'am? You're having trouble, I see, unmuting. Perhaps the Secretary of the Commission can assist Chief Gramala. I'll just give her one moment. From time to time, our systems all freeze, and there we go.
Thank you so much, President Decker, and thank you to the speakers here today. A few follow-ups I would like to provide to the commission and to our esteemed speakers today. In June of 2016, some of the issues that you have discussed here today did come to the department's attention with regard to enhancing the hate crime reporting. So actually the LGBTQ working group of the LAPD helped to create, with the assistance of the city attorney's office, what we call a hate crime supplemental. And what it did was prompt the first responders, the patrol officers who respond to hate crimes, to actually ask additional questions, which would lead them to better categorize an incident to which they're responding as a hate crime. And we did see some improvement in that, so much so that other agencies have asked us if they could use that hate crime supplemental report as a template. But as we all know, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution to what we're talking about here. I'm also the director of the Office of Operations, which oversees the men and women who work patrol and are our first responders. So what I would like to do is to refresh and enhance the roll call training that the LAPD gives to the men and women in all 21 geographic areas on all shifts, so that we can better inform our officers on some of the key factors to look at when we talk about the reporting of both hate incidents and hate crimes. And just quickly to delineate between the two, hate incidents, as our speakers discussed here today, are those interactions with members of our community that maybe do not rise to the level of a crime per a penal code section. However, the department years ago wanted to ensure the tracking of harassment, of some verbal abuse, of other things that may not be considered a reported crime as a hate incident, and for us to see trends and patterns within our communities that would require us to have greater interactions with local organizations and community groups to see what we could do to alleviate the real anxiety. This is not imagined. I have to emphasize it, the real anxieties that people are facing just to get to and from work and to and from their homes. So also to the members of the esteemed panel who have joined us here today, I'd like offline to reach out to all of you for any resource lists that you would like to provide to me, and I will go ahead and ensure distribution in all 21 geographic areas. So if as a reference tool to a community member who may be reporting a hate incident or a hate crime, I could share those lists, email contacts, and telephone numbers with them as well. One other thing I'd like to add. and for the members of the community as well. Our Department Operations Center puts out 24/7 notifications as reports are coming in of all hate crimes within the city of Los Angeles as they are reported to us. This is to ensure not only some accountability by command staff, that at the area levels, at the detective levels, these crimes are being investigated and reported, but for overall department situational awareness. So I think that's something important that I share with all of you. Mr. Lawson, to your point, is where leadership places its attention and its priority is where the membership of that organization will follow. And I thank you for sharing that with us. It's something that is a truism in any line of work, but especially in law enforcement, where the building of trust and our credibility are our life's blood, or sadly can be detrimental to our ability to contact the community as we'd like to. Thank you for the time in letting me respond.
Thank you, Chief Gramala. We can always count on you for a very comprehensive overview. I would ask you to address one more issue, ma'am, and that's the latter issue that was presented by Mr. Lawson, in that there is concern within the community, as we have all been reading, about intolerance that may exist within the department and the leadership efforts by members of the department to address that. If you could address that as well, please, ma'am.
Yes, absolutely. And again, Mr. Lawson, to your point, it has to start from the top. And the chief has continued to message to rank and file in his work with employee organizations and the unions as well, both command officer and rank and file, that his highest priority is a zero tolerance for any type of behavior that is bias driven, that may even have the appearance of being bias driven in any manner, shape, and form that it can manifest itself within this organization. And that those members who may be found to be participating will expeditiously be dealt with, and that there will be disciplinary action. And he has reiterated that in almost every meeting that I'm in. He begins with it, concludes with it. I know, for example, with the George Floyd Valentine, when I had made a notification to him, immediately, without a second of delay, the investigation was launched internally. I know that's just one example, but when we talk about zero tolerance, we don't want them in our organization. They shame the organization. They make the good work of the men and women out there who care, give their lives at times, and sacrifice. It shames them as well, because that is not the behavior of the Los Angeles Police Department that I know and that I joined 36 years ago. And our reputations are what bonds us with the community. And if those are tarnished, one person doing that paints us all with that brush. And it's a very sad testament. We don't want to live with that. We want to extricate that as if it was a tumor or a cancer from this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I'll say to all the speakers, as the Chief summarized in detail, the different layers and different aspects of actions that have been taken by the department, I do want to add, we all recognize, and this commission recognizes, that our work is not done. We do not want to give that impression that we know that there is much more work to do on issues of bias, but also in doing broader outreach to the community, particularly those who have experienced hate crimes, hate incidents, to ensure they do feel comfortable moving forward and coming forward to the police department to report that. We have to make everyone feel much more comfortable with that process. And that is part of why you're here today. So again, my thanks for shedding light on all of these issues and for coming forward with very specific recommendations that we can work on. Members of the commission, I do want to open the floor for questions from you. I know you all have questions, and that this is an issue of deep concern to you as well. Commissioner Briggs, I see you've opened your microphone, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank all of you for being here today. Mr. Lawson, it's nice to see you again. Thank you for your service that you've provided. I'll start with Ms. Kulkarni. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I want to thank you for bringing particular attention to the difference between hate incidents and hate crimes, because I don't think most people recognize that difference. And in particular, showing us the numbers behind that and some of the stories behind that. That was very impactful. Ms. Chung Joe, I want to thank you for also giving us some particularly poignant examples of the incidents. And in my opinion, I'm not a criminal defense attorney or a criminal attorney. I haven't practiced in that area, but for someone to actually throw rocks at another individual, I would just be baffled to know why that doesn't rise to the level of a hate crime versus hate incident. But I'm asking that rhetorical in this instance, but I do want to say that I think that underscores your point of more training for our officers to recognize this, to report it, and to take these types of matters serious. As Mr. Lawson pointed out, for too long in this country broadly, in Los Angeles specifically, there have been hate crimes against people of color, whether it's Black, whether it's brown, whether it's Asian. And I think that what you're hearing today from both the commissioner as well as Chief Grimala, with whom I applaud, that it's intolerable. It will not be tolerated. We need to take positive steps as a community and as a police force to help stem this tide of hatred in this city. And you have all come forward with some steps that I think we should take to heart. Me in particular, I am going to drill down on better training for our officers. And Chief Grimala pointed out that will be something that will be sent out to all roll calls. But I also want to see that in the academy as well. And I know that last week we had a presentation about some of the bias training. And I think that this can be worked into that. But this is a matter that is close to my heart. And I want you to all know that we as a commission do not tolerate hate in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Very much appreciate those comments. Other commissioners, Commissioner Bonner, I see you open your mic, sir.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions, and one could be for any of the guests this morning, and probably the department, and it goes to the question of the data that's presented. I'm curious as to whether anyone has data that looks at a broader period in time. So what was presented to us today and what was spoken to was comparing this year, which is 2020 and 2019. And I'm just curious, even Chief Grimala referenced some discussion going back to 2016 and the need to some of the shortcomings that were addressed then. Can we get a 5-year look or something that gives us a better sense of the trend lines as they may exist, or is there some issue with the data that makes that problematic?
Well, I can answer the question for our organization. We began to collect this data only in March of last year when we saw a huge increase related to COVID-19 specifically, and discrimination that was related to rhetoric, policies, and individual actions about the disease and the fears around transmission of the disease. So we don't have additional data. I know Connie can speak to their organization's data as they were collecting it in prior years. I do want to just make one quick point, which is in earlier testimony I gave to the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, senior staff of ADL mentioned that in any given year, their maximum of reported incidents was 200. in a year that is anti-Semitic incidents. And so I just share that sort of by way of comparison. Obviously, anti-Semitism is something we take very seriously in this country. And so the fact that they had received sort of a maximum of 200, whereas we are now at the point of 3,000, I think explains the severity of this problem, not only locally, but nationwide. That's true.
And if I could piggyback on what Manju just said, Advancing Justice started our hate tracker called Stand Against Hatred back in 2017. At its highest point, we had a couple dozen, certainly under 100 in any given year. In 2019, we actually had a handful of complaints that year on that tracker. And in 2020, we had over 300. So we went from a couple in 2019 to over 300 in 2020. And then if you add both Stop API Hate, which is the one that Manju referenced, and Stand Against Hatred together, you're looking at 2020, a total number of over 3,000 between our collective one. And then the year before, you have a handful.
I don't know, and in particular, I'm interested in the department's comment, since we're, at least their report is on the agenda before us. So if they had a thought about this as well, again, the question being, is it possible to get a broader snapshot of, of time, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, what have you, so that we can make better sense of some of the numbers. And, and I'm just emphasizing, and I, get a little bit concerned because and when we look at or read about these things in the media, we hear words like things, plummeted, or things surge, or things spike, or what have you, and it's really, I think, loses some of the realities around what might be 2 or 3 situations, or it might be a dozen, what have you. But I'd like a comment from Chief Pitcher if there's more data available.
Absolutely, commissioners. We can go back as far as 2015 to provide you with a trend analysis relative to the information that I provided to you today. I can work on that with the Assistant Hate Crimes Coordinator to develop that, to give you a trend analysis in a contextual overview of the hate crimes and hate incidents from 2015 moving forward.
I'd appreciate that. And what I'd ask you to do as well, particularly given some of the other dynamics around the issues that have been referenced this morning, is I think there'd be some value also in having a snapshot of year to date, much like we capture in the broader crime statistics, to see how we're trending this year. And given in particular, again, the recent not just attention, but apparently the recent uptick of issues, I think I'd ask for you to include some year-to-date information on that as well.
Absolutely, we'll commence work on that now.
Appreciate that. The other questions that I had, 2 questions for the department in particular. One, there was reference to Chief Gramala may have answered this, but there's reference to the state auditor's finding in 2018 that the department wasn't adequately doing enough to identify and report the hate crime. So I don't know if there was any more substantive comment on that.
Mr. Bonner, I'll defer to a detective bureau, since they are the not only the archivist, but actually provide that hub for the department. Chris, do you have any further on Mr. Bonner's point?
Yes, Chief. So looking at the audit that was referenced early on from the California Attorney General relative to the hate crimes and the issues that it identified in 2015, 2016, the Detective Bureau and the Hate Crimes Coordinator picked up on that. And basically what you have before you, what was passed by the commission in December of 2020, being the new hate crimes policy, was a compilation of all of those fixes for the identified shortcomings in that audit as it related to hate crimes, investigations, reporting, and follow-ups in addition to the new state law that came out requiring the new delineation of some duties. And I can talk about how we did that as a department and how that impacted us if you would like.
I think if there's a high point or something that is worth mentioning, that's appropriate. But I think what I'd ask you to do is to include some of that information in the follow-up information that you'll be preparing for us.
Absolutely, I do have a high point, Commissioner. It's specifically when they delineated responsibilities to officers, detectives, supervisors, watch commanders, all the way through crime analysts, records personnel, and even up to myself, the hate crimes coordinator. It gave us very specific duties that basically brought together our response as a department to hate crimes. Basically thorough and timely investigations in the field, timely notifications across the department for a greater awareness of what is going on, supervisory response to ensure that the actions relative to hate crimes, classifications and investigations were appropriate, the immediate involvement of specialized investigators in situations that were deemed appropriate, the immediate community liaison of impacted communities following a hate crimes incident or a hate crime itself, the accurate classification of incidents and reporting for a greater awareness, the follow-up with victims in hate crimes within 10 days of the crime being reported, the distribution of hate crimes resource brochures for all victims of hate crimes and hate incidents, and the presentation of cases to the DA's hate crimes unit, as well as to the special trials unit of the city attorney's office for prosecution. And last but not least, sir, is the ensuring continuous training of all personnel. And this is basically led by the assistant hate crimes coordinator, talking about training all hate crimes coordinators throughout the department, the development of the roll call training lesson plan for all personnel throughout the department, as well as training in the hate crimes block for new investigators for the supervisor school next month. We even went further than that. As you know, we added the LAPD hate crimes training videos to the department's YouTube site, as well as its website platforms for officer and public access, which physically depicts through acted out snippets to what constitutes a hate crime and what victims of hate crimes can do, followed up by a video discussion by the assistant hate crimes coordinator here beside me, talking about how to report a hate crimes incident, what a hate crimes incident and hate crime is, and what the department's response to that hate crimes incident and or crime will be. So very thorough, and not only thorough, but it is very ongoing, literally day by day.
Well, I appreciate that, and because it frames, I think, my final question pretty nicely. And I would say that, and this would maybe something that I'd like each of the or any of the guests to comment on if they care to. That one thing that I have heard from both internal discussion with some of the employee organizations, and I've seen some reference also in some reports put out by the Pew Research Center and just some others, but it's the idea that in some cases, whether it's workforce issues or issues that may come up in the workforce, could be hate-related incidents, comments, things of that nature, or things in the community, that there is some sense in the API communities that there is a certain level of indifference on behalf of law enforcement to their issues and concerns. And I just appreciate a comment. One, if there's anything, I don't know, indifference is the term I'm putting on it based on some of the anecdotes I've heard. But if you could comment on that, but also you take what Chief Pitcher just described in terms of a fair amount of activity and additional effort the department's putting on. Question is, are any of your members or those that you're in conversation with seeing that, feeling it, hearing it in any meaningful way? And if yes, it'd be good to know kind of what's working, so there can be some more of that. But if no, If not, then the question would be, you know, what more do you think can be done to get past any sense of indifference or a lack of concern that may be out there relative to the API communities?
Well, if I could respond to that question, you know, I think Connie has spoken a little bit about concerns regarding indifference, and so I will let her answer that specifically. But I think related to that is really concerns about their own safety. Obviously, issues concerning cooperation with immigration enforcement continue to be a concern in AAPI and other immigrant communities. Issues related to, you know, secure communities from before that have been highlighted by South Asian, Muslim, and other Asian American organizations. I would say though, you know, I would pose almost a question to your question, which is, what actually happens if hate incidents are reported to LAPD and they do not involve an underlying criminal element? Because you know, what would be our recommendation actually is that those incidents fall squarely under Department of Fair Employment and Housing, oftentimes related to violations of the UNRU Act and even potentially the Ralph Act. Additionally, when there is a mechanism such as 211 that provides direct case management and support, the value of reporting to LAPD, unless there is specific referrals that are made, I think would be a question to us because law enforcement is already burdened in many ways by crimes that they have to address. And so given that we have explicit agencies to handle civil rights enforcement, we believe that that's where it squarely falls, is within those entities, and not to add to that LAPD as a place where this happens. And we've said the same thing, made those recommendations to New York Police Department as well as other entities across the country, because there are in many of our states those strong civil rights protections and agencies to address them.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo everything that Manju just said. And in terms of the indifference or the hesitancy for Asian Americans to sometimes come forward to the police, I think, as I mentioned before, language and cultural barriers are very large. You know, the Asian Pacific Islander community of LA County is more than 60% foreign born. So we have a lot of folks who are immigrants. English is not their first language. And although they can get by in English, when you've experienced a traumatic event, to have to express it in a language that's not your native tongue can be very challenging in and of itself. I would encourage, I know there are senior lead officers and that they are out in the community, and my organization, when I was working at a Korean specific one, worked very closely with ours, and they often have both the language and cultural expertise to communicate with different ethnic communities, and having them build those relationships with communities, I think is helpful. But I think that's why we have organizations like Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council and Advancing Justice LA, because being culturally specific organizations in and of ourselves creates a level of trust with the community that's sometimes harder for government agencies or law enforcement to have. And so, yeah, I would certainly agree with what Manju said about trying to take those incidents and reorient them towards 211 or to civil rights entities to really focus on what the victims' needs are, and trying to make sure that they feel supported in these other ways that don't necessarily require law enforcement, but would be what one of the suggestions that I would have.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonner, did that conclude your question, sir? Yes.
Yes, unless, and I'll wait until others, if we get through the end of the conversation and somebody hasn't asked, I would like the department also to comment briefly on, at the end of their written report, one was the reference to the task force, and the other was to some 2020 policies, which I think they are maybe are already responded to. But if you could
I've been
comment
keeping a list of.
comment
them.
on the task force, or just what what it's been doing and
Yes,
where it's going.
absolutely, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Silverov.
Sure. I want to thank the speakers for coming forward on this issue of Asian Pacific Islander hate crime and incidents. I've known Mike Lawson the longest of you speakers, and we've had a pretty open and honest relationship, and he's always encouraged me to be that way. So I want to read you a definition and then make a comment. The definition is the definition of the words "the elephant in the room." The elephant in the room is a metaphorical idiom in English for an important or enormous topic, question, or controversial issue that is obvious or that everyone knows about, but nobody mentions or wants to discuss because it makes some of them feel uncomfortable. It's personally, socially, or politically embarrassing, controversial, or inflammatory. The elephant room that's in the room here is no longer in the room, and that was the President of the United States. These numbers leapt flat out because of his hate speak regarding the coronavirus and general hate speak. And I, for one, am not going to let this meeting go and talking about a whole bunch of things without mentioning the elephant in the room. And because that elephant in the room isn't there anymore, I believe and pray and hope that people will stop this hate speak, not only in this issue, but just generally. Republicans, Democrats, we can all get along without that kind of abuse. Thanks.
May I address that point
Sure.
or question? Thank you so much for raising that. And in fact, one thing that we have seen at Stop AAPI Hate is that a number of incidents that have been reported to us actually use the same language as President Trump. So
Right.
individuals have clearly gotten the message, just as they did on the day of the insurrection, as to what the president meant and how he was trying to essentially put people in harm's way. Other point, so related to that is we actually did a report specifically on the rhetoric and found that in at least 500 incidents, those specific terms or terminology was used against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And I can direct you to that report, which we issued in October. I also want to mention one other thing, though, which is, unfortunately, it was not only limited to the president. What was leaked about this time last year, actually in about March or April, is that there was a 55-page memorandum issued by the Republican Party on using this language, how it could be utilized in the campaigns, and how to defend against reporters who called it racist. So I do want to mention that this was actually part of a concerted strategy. And when we look at white supremacist groups who, again, are taking instruction from this memorandum by the GOP, as well as from the president himself, it's going to take a lot of energy and effort to undo that. We see a promising first step with the Biden memorandum, which I mentioned. But it's, we know that it took, a number of years for the landscape to be fertilized for the Chinese Exclusion Act. Similarly, for Japanese American incarceration, it was not something that happened overnight. So we know that this ground has been made fertile by multiple efforts, both concerted by political parties as well as by those at the head of those parties to weaponize hate against our community members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Soboroff, is that it, sir? Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Conche, did you have anything, ma'am, before we go on?
I do. I have a quick question. Just like the other commissioners, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm very interested in your hate tracker. And so a couple of questions and then also maybe some suggestions. Is it self-report or how are you gathering the data on hate incidents? And then what would be, I know that you mentioned that LAPD shouldn't be necessarily responding to the incidents, that there might be a better process through the 211 system. But I also would like to understand how LAPD data collection of the incidents could also be a function of LAPD, because I think having that data is really important. So just kind of wanted to get some of your thoughts on the way that maybe the LAPD can do a better job of tracking incidents that are not necessarily involving a specific crime. And then also how you collect the data, your own data.
So regarding our data, it is all self-reported. We do not use news accounts, social media, or others. So there are often cases when something has been reported through Instagram or Facebook that hasn't necessarily been reported to us and would not be included unless those individuals reached out to us directly. I do want to share that all of the identifying information is kept confidential. So we don't release that without explicit permission. I know that and believe that the tracker from Advancing Justice is similar in that regard, and Connie can speak to theirs. We then analyze the data. We have a team of researchers that look at it, look for trends and patterns. They read every single incident of the ones reported across the country. They then can take that information and of course use it to generate reports that are on our website. To your other question about what LAPD can do, while I don't oppose them collecting it, I think the question becomes, what are they going to do with it? If it just sits at LAPD, that's not helpful. So I think our recommendation would be to share it with 211 and then also other agencies that can provide direct assistance. That's one thing I think, Advancing Justice and also Stop AAPI Hate are attempting to do as well, which is to provide direct assistance and resources to community members. And that's, part of that four-pronged approach I mentioned.
Just a quick response. So, I mean, the way that LAPD might do deployment or might do training or might do, trend tracking does depend on, reporting, right? Reporting incidents. So I'm wondering if there's a way that maybe in the aggregate to report trends or share information so that our officers are better informed of where crime is happening or where incidents are happening or what type of incidents are happening, and not necessarily with identifiers, but just more trend data. I'm just trying to figure out how to better respond to what really is happening. And it seems that people are more comfortable, self-reporting to you, right, and to your agencies versus to law enforcement. So how do we partner to gather that data so that we can be more responsive to what really is happening out in the community? So it's just kind of something to think about, like how we can do a better job in supporting your efforts if the information is not coming to us.
Right. And we would welcome opportunities. I understand from the report that Chief Gurmala offered that there were only 20 incidents involving hate in the past year. So given those low numbers versus ours, I would certainly encourage that the information be shared with us and then with 211.
Okay.
Could I piggyback off of that? And I will say that Stop AAPI and APCON has done such an excellent job of issuing reports with the aggregate numbers to show the trends. And I do think that they have gotten the vast majority of the community-based complaints that are coming in, that is a great source to kind of focus on for reporting. Where I would encourage is that the LAPD, when they receive incidents, that they think about who is the best organization that can provide support, whether it's 211 or one of our other organizations. For example, at Advancing Justice LA, we have started to doing housing rights clinics, because we anticipate that when the eviction moratorium is lifted here in LA, there is going to be a flood of evictions. And all of the landlords who might have this pent up resentment towards the API community, but have not been able to act on it, will now have that opportunity. So we are planning to do eviction defense and support, but with an eye towards looking for racial animus and screening for that, so we can take action on that. And I think that is something that if complaints were coming to LAPD that people were being harassed by their property manager, we would hope that you could not only take that data for your own records, but really redirect the victims to organizations like ours so we could provide substantive support.
Great.
Thank you. Oh,
thank
go ahead,
you.
Commissioner. Sorry.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, and maybe this is done in-house, and kind of thinking about how we can use the data that is not reported to LAPD to better serve the API community. And we can figure that out, but it's something that's really important that we do.
If I may, Commissioner, by the way, did you have any other questions?
So that was it.
Okay. So commissioners, by the way, thank you for your questions. To all the commissioners, again, to the panelists, thank you. Chief Pitcher, your team, thank you. Of course, Chief Gramala, thank you for the information. If I may suggest a pathway forward, given everything that all the commissioners have presented, and Chief Pitcher, just advance warning, I think this is going to fall on your department, sir, but that's up to Chief Gramala and Chief Moore. We would like the commission would like a report back to include, but not be limited to, the following: the 5-year data analysis that Commissioner Bonner referenced as to hate crimes. I would also add to that, Chief, to have, in addition to what you have collected for LAPD, I'd like to see some national statistics. It's required to report hate crimes to the FBI, so presumably that would not be difficult to show us some nationwide statistics so that we can compare not just what's been happening in Los Angeles, but Los Angeles to other communities. We'd like a report back on the policy changes that the commission passed last December, the impact of those changes, and how, if at all, those changes address the concerns that have been presented by our panelists today. In addition, the 2015 audit presented by the Attorney General, what changes have been made to address all of those findings. It was referenced during our meeting today, additional training has been done, will be done, including roll call training. If we could have a summary of what has taken place and what you anticipate to take place with respect to training. Along those lines, but it is a different item. The commission also requested previously, after receiving an IG report, an update on the anti-bias policy internally for the department. I'd like to get an update on where that stands and when we can present that to the commission. And report back also on how the department and the efforts the department will undertake to collaborate better with the community, including the organizations here, but there may be other organizations as well, particularly with respect to the numbers that Commissioner Kalanche presented on how to better get an understanding of the landscape and what's going on in order to ensure the department can respond in a more effective manner. And on the efforts of the department, which may include collaborating with the community groups, but to encourage reporting by the department, by the public, of all instances of hate crime, so that the department can refer to the community where needed, community groups for assistance, or overall just collaborate better. Commissioners, before I close that item out, have I covered everything that was that you expressed concern about today, or did I miss something in my efforts to combine our collective wisdom here? Commissioner Bonner, what I leave out, sir?
I'm not sure that you did, but I just also wanted to just a brief comment on the task force activities, or what the department's role is and what's coming out of that.
Yes, thank you, sir. My apologies for leaving that out. Could the department, first of all, Chief Pitcher, are you clear on the report back, sir, and what's expected?
I believe I am.
And if not, sir, feel free to contact me, and I can go over that with you.
We will.
Thank you, sir. And if someone from the department could answer Commissioner Bonner's question about the task force.
Yes, I believe you're speaking of the task force relative to the one that was formed by the department last year. And so what that department consists of, obviously, is LAPD, LASD, the FBI, and we were joined by Beverly Hills PD. And so what we have been doing is meeting on a quarterly basis to discuss the trends, to discuss the issues that are being experienced by those local jurisdictions in the cities, what their responses have been, both good and bad, how we learn from the best practices and some of the failures to make sure that we're delivering the best investigative services relative to hate crimes and hate incidents. They also talk about the advocates, the issues and the trends relative to the advocates they come into contact with, so that everybody in this region is aware of what is going on. And then they round that out on a quarterly basis by involving the prosecutorial agencies to both federal and state and local to address the issues that they come up with in terms of what they're seeing in hate crime reports, and ultimately why they aren't getting the most effective prosecutions, as to how to make sure that we're moving forward and providing the best training possible to all of our field personnel, so that when they do encounter a hate crime or hate incident, the most effective investigation is conducted and presented to not only the city attorney, the district attorney, but ultimately the FBI for federal prosecutions through the AUSA.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, and just briefly that maybe early, since this MOU was signed and the process was set up in 2020, but at some appropriate point, whether it's in the follow-up that Commissioner Decker outlined or otherwise, I'd appreciate if you could also just make, it's sometimes it's easier to track activity than outcomes. So, and I'm not to suggest that there's a direct line between everything that task force is doing and specific outcomes, but if you could make that a little more prominent, at least in terms of you take all of the good work that you just mentioned. Well, what do we know about the impact it's either having or showing potential to have?
Yes, sir, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. First, I want to say to the members of the department who presented, thank you again. A very special thanks to all three members of the community, the panelists that you came forward. Thank you for taking the time. We know you're very busy and you all do so much work in the community. Thank you for that. But thank you for coming today and sharing your knowledge, your experience, and offering constructive advice and counsel to all of us. We certainly appreciate it. I do want to, I recognize the department has taken a lot of steps in this area, including the safety summit that's upcoming this week that Chief Grimala had mentioned. And there are members of the department that work very heavily on this issue every day. We do thank them. But of course, our work here is not done. Obviously, there's a lot more to do. And we are committed as a commission, and I know the department is committed to improving and doing a lot more work in this area. So thank you again. Finally, I just want to recognize while today we have been talking about members of the Asian American community who have been affected by hate crimes, we cannot close out without recognizing that many members of our community have been victims of this type of crime. We will continue this conversation. We will continue analyzing what's going on in the community, bringing community groups forward on this issue. So today was a step in that direction, and we couldn't have done it without the 3 community groups represented here today. So thank you again for coming by. We appreciate it. And we look forward to working with you in the future as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. That concludes item 3A on our agenda. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you to the department for your presentations. Chief Pitcher, to your team. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 3B, the department's report relative, I'm sorry, the recommended board action, before Mr. Tiefenk comes after me for not taking the appropriate action. Thank you, or the city attorney. My apologies. On item 3A, the recommended board action is to review and file the department's report. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. I will now call up regular agenda item 3B, the department's report dated February 24th, relative to the city council motion regarding a report on the mental health unit. Lieutenant, welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much. The commissioners have read your report. If you wouldn't mind giving us an overview, and then I'll open it up to questions from commissioners. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. This document is in response to the City Council's request for the current status of the mental evaluation unit. We have continued to evolve even since this document, which I'll get into in a moment. Some of these statistics are interesting to note in that the way we collect data is that we are able to use the way that calls are coded. So you can see on the second page that we had 32,933 calls that were coded for some mental health related incident. That can be deceiving in that that's not necessarily the mission of the mental evaluation SMART unit or SMART team to respond. Typically, what a SMART unit will respond to is a subject that is violent, a subject that is armed, has committed a crime due to mental illness, or any other critical incident where a SMART unit can assist with de-escalation. So on this second page, you can see, or I'm sorry, the third page, page 2 of 4, my apologies. You can see that of those 32,000, the model represented in this document is SMART was requested to these calls. So we were not requested to all of the calls as they are coded. So the calls that we were requested to respond to, we handled the vast majority of those calls in that they required some sort of hold or further action, generally completed with our Department of Mental Health counterparts in involvement. We have since moved from that model as of February 8th. We no longer are required to wait for patrol to request anything meeting that criteria that I just stated. The dispatchers, our communications, can send a SMART unit immediately. So the numbers there are no longer necessarily represent the current status of our unit. We're actually getting to more calls that meet that criteria than we have in years past. The data is preliminary. However, in a 10-day period, February 8th through the 18th, for this time in 2020 and this time for 2019, we've responded to about 56 more calls than we did in 2020. So that is mentioned in the conclusion. Another point that the City Council was interested in is our involvement with the care teams. MEU has never been involved with them in terms of deployment. We did provide some training However, the mission of SMART has been more crisis oriented. And I'm sure, as everyone knows, there's different gradients of mental health. And the purpose of SMART is to respond to and provide any level of de-escalation to those crisis incidents. That doesn't mean that there aren't other mental health issues and things that can be addressed through our other DMH partners, such as Home. But in terms of care, that has not been something that our personnel have been attached to beyond providing a training. And then we go on to discuss any deployment needs to further serve the community. If we were to have more personnel, that of course would allow us to get to more calls, and we would also need the commitment from our Department of Mental Health partners to also go through that expansion. That's just a summary of that document.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Greatly appreciated. Are you able to provide the context for which the City Council requested this report back?
I have here, it just says that.
And if you don't know, that's okay. Sometimes they ask.
I don't have the exact, it's summarized here. It just says the Los Angeles City Council directed Los Angeles Police Department to report on the current status of the mental evaluation unit and its system-wide mental assessment response team. I believe there was a City Council discussion in terms of CAHOOTS and its implementation or a possible implementation of something similar here in the city of Los Angeles. So I believe this is a part of a larger assessment as to what we partner with other mental health facility or partners. So I believe that that's what this was in response to, for the context.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, let me open it up for questions from you. Just open your micro. Commissioner Bonner, please go ahead, sir.
And this was just following on, it's related somewhat to the question you just asked, because what I could not tell, and maybe, and I don't necessarily know whether this is something that the department would even know if you're responding to the question, but it was unclear to me whether the council was contemplating adding additional resources and staff to the department to improve the status quo and make it better, so to speak, or is there or was there some thought as to what would be required as some of the response to these or some of these situations are potentially transferred to under the alternative response scenario? So that's a little bit of what I'm still a little bit unclear to in terms of understanding what the council's interest is. And the cover memo to the document does refer to the former situation of is there additional staffing or resources that are needed to improve the department's coordination in these efforts, and maybe that's what they're looking at. But just seems to me that it should also be connected to the broader question of alternative response as well. So more of a comment, I suppose, unless you, again, Lieutenant, unless you have more context of what the council's really thinking.
Well, I don't want to speak on behalf of the council, but what I can tell you is that I'm involved with the Department of Mental Health's alternative crisis response subcommittees. And I know that there is a larger movement to have those non-law enforcement responses made through PMRT, these therapeutic vans. So those movements are coming, but that is through the county. And of course, we provide assistance because there are times where PMRT and the therapeutic vans, Home is another one, they will request law enforcement backup or assistance. So we still are a partner, even though we will not necessarily respond to them out of the gate or upon the time of the call. I think the request for SMART in specific is just the piece of those crisis calls. How are we responding to those crisis calls? Because in all reality, it's not necessarily going to be reasonable to have a clinician alone responding to some of these calls that are, the subject is violent, the subject is armed, putting the public at risk. But yet, how are we strategically and clinically responding to these calls. And that's where SMART comes in. And in a city where there are 4 million people, and as this data suggests here, at minimum, we have 32,000 calls. An additional 6,500 were not categorized as mental health, but yet resulted in a mental health incident. How are we better responding to these crisis calls as a piece of that larger puzzle to also offer the non-law enforcement mental health response?
I appreciate that. I also just as more of a comment and a note, the last or one of your reference to those, I think it was about roughly 6,500 situations where someone called in about something that proved to involve a mental health issue. And I'm just pointing again or reflecting again on some of the complexities around the potential for alternative response, where the idea is that you have mental health workers who are non-police workers who would be dispatched appropriately. But as at least one thing that number said to me was that there's a number of cases where you don't know when the call comes in, whether it's really a mental health related call or not. So we'll still have some work to do to figure out how best to work on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any other questions from members of the commission? Commissioner Briggs, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, Lieutenant, for the presentation today. I know there's been a big push in part for police reform, and that's what we're talking about today in terms of responding, having specialized units respond to those situations that present a mental health issue. Can you just walk me through a scenario? And I'm glad it just put a pin in it for a second. You kind of answered the question a moment ago about to a specific caller that called in about not having just mental health specialists respond alone to a call. I'm sure that's not the case, but do we get calls that are presented as, hey, we have somebody here who's off his meds. Hey, we have somebody here who is presenting as a mental health, or do we simply have calls, hey, we have somebody out here who's, with a knife and he's threatening everyone? Or is it a combination of all three? And when do we determine that we're going to send out the mental health specialist to assist the officers with this situation? If you can address that. I know it's complex, like Commissioner Bonner pointed out, but I just want to visualize it for myself from your own experience.
Right. Mental health is complex. And I just wanted to note that LAPD has had the SMART in this configuration where you have a law enforcement officer with the Department of Mental Health clinician since 1993. And it's grown and evolved. And so where we sit today, we're sitting on an outstanding platform of trials and work that have come from those long before me, 1993. Only what we do here at LAPD is also on a national stage, in that we are one of the 9 Bureau of Justice Assistance learning sites for the rest of the country. So we're constantly looking to grow, improve, and really respond to give a better service to the community. So Commissioner, in answer to your question, yes, all of those are calls that we get. What we've most recently evolved to is this co-response model where we respond to the crisis calls. About 30% of those end up being unsheltered homeless. So we also have a relationship with the Department of Mental Health's home team. Sometimes we have individuals that are gravely disabled. So we try to work within this initial criteria. Our dispatchers have been trained as to some screening questions, again, largely pertaining to violence. But we also have other officers that will go and address some of these longer term issues, again, kind of going back to the gravely disabled and the homeless. Even though that's not our primary mission, we try to serve the public and get out to as many calls as we possibly can. So sometimes someone presenting with mental illness maybe is not meeting that criteria, but if the officers request us, and at times we are engaged with community events where the community will engage us, we will still try to get that person on track so that they can have some continuum of care beyond that initial response.
Commissioner, may I just add, and Kelly, you covered it very eloquently, but I think the value of the clinician also, Commissioner, is the fact that they are connected to resources that go outside the realm of just an immediate crisis. But as Kelly said, if we get there and there's not an immediate crisis to deal with, but there is insurance needs, connectivity to resource needs, that clinician has connections, pathways that a patrol officer just won't have. And that's from their relationships within the DMH community. So oftentimes that presence of that clinician not only serves as a de-escalator, but it's also kind of our 411 to ensure that we just don't walk away from something or somebody in need, even though it may not be an immediate crisis that law enforcement needs to engage with, but also could connect that person to resources of which they had no knowledge of before.
I appreciate that. And just one final, it's more likely a comment. I read that in your report that you need additional support, additional personnel for this noteworthy effort by the department, one that's held up nationally. And that is the recommendation that you're asking the city council to help increase the number of personnel. Do I have that correct?
Yes, sir. That actually was asked by the city council. That wasn't necessarily inserted by my shop. That was something that the city council requested, is what additional resources would we need? What potential staffing needs or improvements that need to be made the department to be effective in its response to the needs. This says to those experiencing homelessness and that are affected by mental illness. But that was a request by city council.
Well, I certainly support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Commissioner Soboroff, did you have a question, sir?
Sure, I want to second Chief Grimala's comment that Lieutenant, you've done a really great job in her words, eloquently describing the current situation, and I think it's important. I have a question regarding time of day and the resources, the non-police resources to respond to these kinds of crises don't actually correspond to working hours. And I wonder how you guys, how you deal with that, or what suggestions you would make to the council or whoever's going to try and provide more resources. This is not a 9-to-5 business.
Agreed, sir. We recently rolled out the D.D. Hirsch 911 suicide prevention line. Our analytics tell us that the larger time frame where we're getting more calls is noon to 8 p.m. That doesn't mean that we aren't getting calls 24 hours a day. And if the PMRT vans were able, and not necessarily vans, but the PMRT staff, if they were able to be more mobile and have that mobile response all hours of the day, that would definitely alleviate police from responding. That would also allow D.D. Hirsch to divert those calls maybe to PMRT rather than sending them back to a law enforcement response. So yes, there's definitely a place for that, to have a 24-hour response for mental health. The staffing would ebb and flow depending on the call load, but there is a call load all day or all 24 hours.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any other questions from commissioners? Seeing none. Lieutenant, thank you for your presentation today, the detailed information you provided, and for addressing some misunderstandings that were clearly reflected in the public comment, and for addressing all of this in detail. Appreciate your preparation for today. Thank you so much. The requested board action is to approve the report and transmit to the City Council. I will move that forward. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the regular agenda, those items that were held from vote earlier. And my apologies, commissioners, I forgot to write down who had questions, but we do have questions on item E, the department's report relative to the revolving training fund, the semi-annual report, and that's Commander Rena, I believe. Commander, looks like you've been brought up to the panel. There we go, sir. Welcome. Welcome to the commission meeting. Commissioners, Commissioner Bonner, you have a question, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm trying to see who am I addressing it to?
Commander Rena.
Oh.
Good afternoon, sir. Commander Mark Rena.
Yeah, hello. What I'm trying to understand also, I'm still on a journey to understand the full scope and cost of training efforts across the department. And so for this purpose, what I wanted to try to understand is in terms of the RTF, the revolving training fund, is it accurate to say, I think there's about, from a prior briefing, I think the adopted budget includes a little over $1.9 million or 1.9 million for personnel and equipment related to broad swath of training activities, the shooting range and things at the academy, and this 1.5 million in the RTF is in addition to that. But I also understand it to be more focused on in-service professional development type activities, and so really my interest is in confirming one, if that's true, that the 1.5 is in addition to the roughly 1.9, which means to me, that tells me that's roughly a $3.5 million training budget. And then also if it's accurate that the RTF is really more focused on the professional development. And lastly, on that last point is, are all of these activities that even that are reported, are they discretionary, or is there any of the professional development training that's included here also is mandatory in any way?
Okay, thank you, sir, for that question. Before I continue on, I want to introduce Senior Personnel Analyst 1, Donna Belosis, who works here at Training Bureau, who oversees our revolving training fund. I believe she has presented to you in the past. She is obviously our in-house expert and subject matter expert over RTF funds. So to answer the first question regarding the 1.5 million RTF, that is for professional development of all department employees, and also has a cutout in there of approximately $250,000 for college tuition reimbursement. And those funds can be used for the in-service training for all department personnel, and also for funding certain equipment that can be used in our training efforts as we continue on ongoing training efforts for personnel. And then again, the $250,000 that's earmarked for college tuition reimbursement for all employees to take advantage of. I'm going to defer the second part of that with the additional questions that you had regarding the additional funding for training to Donna to answer.
Before you hand that off, just comment briefly, the professional development and other items covered in the RTF, are those discretionary things that someone who wants to improve their skills, get more expertise? Because we've seen for example, some of the community college courses that may or may not be directly related to, in law, they have maybe address a skill or something that's indirectly related to law enforcement, but not directly. So again, are those discretionary things that officers can choose or not, or choose to do or not?
It is discretionary. So what the process is, if someone is looking for some type of training opportunity, they would present that to the RTF. We would review that to make sure it is applicable to their position and enhancing their training education here within the department, to make sure it's appropriate, obviously, and that approval process would go through to allow them to do that. But yes, it does allow them opportunities, whether it's training that we tell them that is out there that they can attend, or maybe they happen upon some type of training conference or training seminar they'd like to go to, they would just submit their paperwork. We'd review that for the appropriateness and approval.
Got it. Appreciate that. Thank you.
And sir, with respect to that 1.9, the revolving training fund is independent of the 1.9. So I believe the 1.9 is part of our training budget, and that's through general funds, whereas the revolving training fund was a self-replenishing account, and it's mainly for the in-service training and advancement.
And are you aware of it? Is there any other bucket of resources that should be in the mix, or am I thinking? So I'm looking at the RTF and what I believe is in the adopted budget. Is that the total sum and substance as far as you're aware, or is there any other line item that provides resources to training?
I'm not aware of any additional because the recurring budget is independent of the revolving training fund. I'm not familiar with those other accounts that we could use. That would probably be more of a fiscal group type of question.
Yep. Okay, fair enough. I'll follow up. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Sorry, my screen keeps changing, so forgive me 1 second. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Commander. So I have a couple of questions, and I'll just ask them, one at a time and have you answer them. I understand from this particular report that in 1996, the budget for this revolving training fund was $1 million, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And it was increased in the year 2002 to 1.5 million. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So for the past 19 years, there has been no increase in the training budget?
For RTF funds, that is correct, sir.
Now, and I think Commissioner Bonner was getting to this point, but I'll ask it slightly differently. Our officers, this is department-wide, our officers, once they left the academy, are they required to have a minimum number of training hours per year?
Yes, sir, they are. Through California Post, Police Officer Standards and Trainings, they have to have their minimum hours of their post-certified classes. That's where our in-service training comes in. The courses are post-certified. We provide them with training days to get their mandated hours, and some exceed those hours in the 2-year period. It's 24 hours in 2 years. The revolving training fund would be, in addition to that, other trainings, other conferences that people may want to go to and attend. But the 24-hour post-mandated training is coming from our normal in-service training that's provided by our training division staff.
So to Commissioner Bonner's point, with respect to this 24 hours within 2 years training that's mandatory for officers, you already have a budgeted amount for that, correct?
That is correct.
And this revolving training fund is in addition to the mandatory training that the officers.
That is correct.
Okay. And so it is up to the officers to select what type of additional training they think they want to have, and you make a determination whether or not it fits within their particular job description.
That is correct. And again, if they're choosing to enhance their education, enhance their training, they can come to us. Also, we actually put out information to members of the department about certain conferences and trainings that they may be interested in, and they can submit their paperwork to use the revolving training funds to attend that training or attend those conferences. So it is separate from the normal 24 hours, like I said, of the in-service training that they're mandated to take. And again, sometimes they surpass those 24 hours. This is a completely separate fund to allow them to enhance their education and training, to do take advantage of other opportunities that are out there for them.
And officers can also tap into this revolving training fund in order to take college courses?
That is correct, sir.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions from commissioners? I see none. Then the recommended board action is to review the report and transmit to City Council. I will move that forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very well. Thank you very much. It passes. Thank you, Commander, very much. Good to see you both again. Our final item on the regular agenda is item G, and this is the department's report dated February 25th relative to the approval of a non-monetary donation from the Police Foundation for the purchase of gym equipment. And Captain Embrich, sir, if you could turn on your camera. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Your microphone and video, please. There we go. Hello, sir.
Right, I should be here. Good afternoon, members of the commission, Chief Grimala, and other department members who may be on the call.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. We have some questions regarding this agenda item. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Captain Emmerich, I think that this is laudatory that the Police Foundation is donating this gym equipment to the Pacific Division. I don't know whether or not you can answer this. I'm hopeful you can. Do all of the divisions have separate gyms in which they also have gym equipment?
Yes, they do, sir.
And this is open to all department personnel?
They are, sir. However, all of the gyms across the department right now are closed in relation to coronavirus mitigation measures. So it happens to be the perfect time for our renovation.
Got it. Captain, and you may not be able to answer this, you may be able to. I had asked a question of former commander who was on here with respect to training. Is there any type of ongoing physical fitness training required for patrol officers?
There is none, sir.
Is there encouragement from the department that patrol officers maintain a certain level of physical fitness? Do you know?
Absolutely, sir. There is encouragement from all commanding officers. We all recognize the benefits and importance of physical fitness and how it contributes to reduced injuries in the workplace, as well as longevity in workplace, which results in reduced costs to the city and a better patrol force deployment into our community, which contributes to public safety.
Are you aware of whether or not there are any incentives for patrol officers to maintain that type of physical fitness?
So throughout my 26-year career, that has been a topic which has come up many times, and a practice which other police departments take part in, and that is to offer incentives for personnel to take physical fitness tests and to receive monetary benefits for participation. However, this department has not adopted that yet, and perhaps will be a topic of discussion next memorandum or contract negotiations.
Commissioner, may I also add that through behavioral science services, the department does have a nutritionist who is also available anywhere throughout the department to provide individual or group analysis of eating habits, of wellness programs in conjunction with what Captain Embrich is discussing with physical fitness in its entirety. So I just wanted to add that as well. Also, we have something called the Weight Loss Challenge that is sponsored by the Los Angeles Police Relief Association, which encourages members of the department, both civilian and sworn, in healthy eating habits and also physical fitness.
Thank you for that, Chief. Thank you. And thank you, Captain.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Commissioner Bonner, did you have a question, sir?
I just wanted to at least add my partial response to Commissioner Briggs' first question about the gyms. I just wanted to point out and observe these are, I think you have to take that in context. These are not all fully staffed and operational workout facilities, so they're not spa-like facilities. They vary vastly in their condition. Some of them are essentially workout rooms, if you will, that are in buildings that are way past their useful life. And so I just want to make that point that that it's laudable that they exist, and the thrust of the questioning in terms of encouraging physical fitness health certainly spot on. But just wanted to make sure that we put that gym term in context here.
Well, you're right, Commissioner. It could lead people to believe it was a spa-like gym, and I think we've all seen them at the different divisions. And but it is laudable that this equipment is being donated to Pacific Division to allow them to upgrade what they have available. Captain, thank you very much for coming today and for being with us. I don't see any further questions by members of the commission. So thank you, sir, for being here. We'll move this item forward, and the recommended board action is to approve the report and accept the donation, which I will move forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. No, thank you.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Very well. That matter has passed 5-0 as well. Thank you very much. And that concludes the regular agenda. We will now move into closed session. Madam Secretary.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda item 4A1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're in the process of returning from closed session. Let me just see. Mr. Teefank, are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Mr. Teefank, please do a readout of the closed session.
Commission's concluded its work in closed session relevant to item 4A1, officer involved shooting number 012-20. The commission's vote was unanimous on a 5-0 vote to adopt the chief of police recommendations, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 2 police officer 3s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 2 police officer 3s, lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 3s. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teefank. Our only business left is to adjourn our meeting for today. I will move forward. Our motion of adjournment, is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Very well. We stand adjourned until our next scheduled meeting. Thank you all very much for your work today. Thank you.
Thank you.
you.